मेलनेन आयुर्वेद संस्कृतोत्सव इत्यस्मिन् कार्यागारः अद्य प्रचलिष्यति। तस्मिन् कार्यागारे सर्वेभ्यः आद्यं स्वागतं व्याहरामि। वेदघोषैः अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य आरम्भः भविष्यति।
श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम्। यच्छन्दसां वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽध्यमृतात् सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया स्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासं शरीरं मे विचर्षणं जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुवम् ब्रह्मणः कोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय मेधा देवी जुषमाणा न आगाद्विश्वाजी भद्रासु मनस्य माना त्वया जुष्टानुदमाना दुरुक्तान् बृहद्वदेम विदधे सुवीराः त्वया जुष्टऋषिर्भवति देवि त्वया ब्रह्मा गतश्रीरुतत्वया त्वया जुष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो जुषस्वद्रविणो न मेधे मेधां सरस्वती मेधां मे अश्विनाबुभावा धत्तां पुष्करस्रजा अप्सरासु च या मेधा गन्धर्वेषु च यन्मनः दैवीं मेधा सरस्वती सा मां मेधा सुरभिर्जुषदागस्वाहा आमां मेधा सुरभिर्विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगति जगम्या ऊर्जस्वती पयसा पिन्वमाना सा मां मेधा सुप्रतीकाजुषन्तां मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयीन्द्र इन्द्रियं दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि सूर्यो भ्राजो दधातु। ओम शांति शांति शांति। हरि ओम।
देवता प्रार्थनेन अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य आरम्भः पुनरेकवारं कार्यागार निमित्ततया भविष्यति। प्रार्थनां देवप्रार्थनां कर्तुं डॉक्टर सौरभ एस कोक्टनूर महाभागं प्रार्थयामि।
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम्। गणानां त्वा गणपतिं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रमस्तवं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसाधनम्। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ओम्।
संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य प्रार्थना क्रियते अधुना। सर्वे कृपया उत्तिष्ठन्तु इति प्रार्थयामि। कल्याणि वीणा रमणीय पाणे संस्कारदे पालय शारदे मां विश्वे तव स्नेहमवाप्य धीरैः प्रज्वालितो ज्ञानमयः प्रदीपः प्रज्वालितो ज्ञानमयः प्रदीपः। धन्यवादाः। अधुना दीपप्रज्वलनेन कार्यागारस्य प्रथमसत्रस्य उद्घाटनं भविष्यति। कृपया उद्घाटनं कर्तुं दीपप्रज्वलनं कर्तुं अस्माकं कुलपति महाभाग डॉक्टर आहल्या महोदयां तथैव सर्वे अतिथिवर्याञ्च अहं प्रार्थयामि। सर्वे उपविशन्तु। Ayurveda and Sanskrit are deeply interconnected. As Sanskrit serves as the language in which the ancient Ayurvedic texts are composed. Sanskrit is very oldest language. It is the mother of all languages. It is the primary liturgical language of Hinduism and the medium of many ancient texts, including Ayurveda. ಆಯುಹು ವೇದ ಹೆಸರೇ ಸೂಚಿಸುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಯು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪದ, ವೇದವೂ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪದ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ. ಅದರ ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಂಥದ ಹೆಸರಿದೆಯೋ ಅದರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅದು ತನ್ನ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ತನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸಾರಸ್ವತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸೊಬಗನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದವನ್ನು ಹೊರತುಪಡಿಸಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತವಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತವನ್ನು ಹೊರತುಪಡಿಸಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದವಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅತಿಶಯೋಕ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಮಿಲನದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣಕರ್ತರು ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ವೈದ್ಯರಾದಂತಹ ಅನೇಕ ಕ್ಲಿಷ್ಟಕರವಾದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ಮೂಲಕ ಪರಿಹರಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರಂತಿರುವಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಹಲ್ಯ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೂ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸರ್ವಕಾರೀಯ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಇಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರವು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸತ್ರ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಹಿತ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಇವರು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸತ್ರವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
सभाय नमः। वागर्थाविव संपृक्तो वागर्थ प्रतिपत्ते जगतः वंदे पितरौ पार्वती परमेश्वरौ। Very good morning to all of you. Respected Ahalya Madam, my principal back in Government Ayurveda Medical College and the present Vice Chancellor of Karnataka Samskrit University, dear friend Saurabh, Manju Prasad and my dear students. It's a pleasure standing before you, and in the beginning I acknowledge the effort put in by Karnataka Samskrit University and the Government Ayurveda Research. This activity is to learn Ayurveda in a more efficient and a more better way. And that would be possible only when we understand the Sanskrit, only when we learn it in its native form and then start reading our own Samhitas. So in that background, the first session which has been allotted to me happens to be to stress upon the importance of Sanskrit for all of us. So what we generally have an idea, because all of you are, how many of you are first year new students? New batch students? Okay, good, quite a good number. How many of you are first year seniors? Okay. So it's a blend of two batches. One batch has got slightly somewhat exposure of Sanskrit from the perspective of Ayurveda, and the second batch happens to be absolutely new batch. So I'll try to make it as sensible and meaningful for both of you. So I have titled it as Sanskrit for today's world, right? So we'll be talking about some of the misconceptions, the myths that are there. Okay. Now on screen you can see something. One word is coming, that is known as Pandit. What do you mean by Pandit? Panditaha is someone who is an expert. And it has grown to such an extent that the word is added to Oxford Dictionary also. It is also an English word also now. The word Pandit, what does it refers to? Right, these are the other things. A Pandit, servant, scholar, sage, guru, mentor. Someone who is an expert is called as Pandit, isn't it? Panditaha means someone who is an expert. Expert in what? A question comes, expert in what? You might have wondered why a Sanskrit word who is whom we call as expert. Has this question come to you at any point of time? Another picture on screen is, so many pen drives. Have you wondered why the pen drives are coming in the form of 2 GB, 4 GB? After that, 8 GB comes. After that, it doesn't come 10 GB, 12 GB, you get 16 GBs. Have you ever wondered why after 16 GB you have 32 only? You don't have 20, 24. Forget about the odd numbers. Even the even numbers are missing. Have you ever wondered why this is occurring? And somewhere, when we go down the presentation, we'll try to connect the dots. And the linkage is one common platform on which we are all standing, that is Sanskrit. That is known as Sanskrit. So, when we think about what is Sanskrit, what comes to in your mind? It's only for those religious practices. It's only for those pandits who chant mantras. Is it what you connect yourself to Sanskrit? No, that's not absolutely the right meaning. It has got different applications. We will touch each one of them one after the other. Okay. So what would be the objectives of this presentation? We will try to dissolve some of the myths. We will try to understand some of the myths that are present, some of the wrong things that are present in the society. We will try to solve them. And why important is Sanskrit, we will learn. And then we also learn about some of the uniqueness of the Sanskrit, why it has to be given that much importance. We will try to learn that also. And finally, we'll spend some time on some special contributions of Sanskrit to the Indian culture, and the Indian practices. Okay. The answer is also coming there itself. Now, one of the common criticism that the Sanskrit people or Sanskrit pandits are facing is said to be one of the dead language. Is it a dead language? Certainly it is not a dead language. This is because not many are using it. Not contrary to popular belief, Sanskrit is not a dead. It is still spoken in certain part of the country, and it is a very lively and a vibrant language. It has to be understood. So this is not working. So it is a very vibrant language. Now, why it is vibrant? Because Sanskrit allows you to add 2 different words and create a new word. So that is to say that when I'm using this speaker, Dhwani is one word, Vardhaka is another word. I can add 2 words and create a number of words. So vocabulary, though you will find very limited, you have the technique which is designed in such a way that all the new technical terms I can include, and I can grow, I can create a volume as far as Sanskrit is concerned. That is uniqueness. Sanskrit is only for elite. Now, this is another criticism that we say. Sanskrit is only for someone who is coming with a Sanskrit background, someone who has read Veda, Upanishad, etc. It is only for them. This is another notion that is available in the society. But in the past, that was the only language that existed, and every walk of the life you had Sanskrit being connected. So it is not only for the elite, but rather studying Sanskrit makes everyone elite. Right? If you learn Sanskrit, why I am saying all this? Because I have some uniqueness that are coming in future, which will convince you pretty well that you all can be elite when you learn Sanskrit. The third criticism is it provides no career opportunities. It provides no career opportunities. This is another criticism that we find in the domain of Sanskrit. No, that is also not true. we have directly the streams of education connected to India and the Indian sciences. We call them as Indology. And most of the Indological studies are occurring in Sanskrit only. But that's very limited way of looking into the Indologies. But rather, the Sanskrit makes you excel in any career. The benefit of which is you will soon learn something called as Sanskrit effect. How our brain grows if I learn Sanskrit. How my pronunciation becomes very meaningful when I use Sanskrit. So Sanskrit makes you excel in any career. The next criticism or next myth is it's only for religious purpose. Sanskrit is only for religious purposes, where I chant some mantras, I chant Vedic hymns, I do some puja, I do some yajna, homa, yaga, etc. That is one of the criticism, a wrong conception that is there in that is there with Sanskrit. But the irony is, Sanskrit is the language of the land. Sanskrit came into being when no other languages were existed. So the ancient literature had to be in Sanskrit only, isn't it? So it had to be in Sanskrit. And Sanskrit has influenced to such an extent that when I say namaste, I'm going down to you. Now I am going down to the ultimate is the meaning of the term namaste, and it is the language of the land. You can, irrespective of religious practices. You might have heard about a Muslim person saying namaz. What does namaz means? Namaz is not doesn't have an Arabic origin. Namaz is again, namami is the word that is coming. I bow down to you is what is the meaning of that. So irrespective of your present day meanings, the roots are there, and we are talking about the time when no other languages existed, and we talk about that, and we are using them because that is where I have basic literature coming from. The next myth is, and it's outdated language. Many people say it is like they try to equate it with the other outdated languages. For example, the Greek. For example, the Latin. We rarely use those in present day conversations. Right? Many say that this is an outdated language, but that is not so. That is not so. Because in the first slide, you saw connection between a pen drive. Pen drive, is it an outdated one? Do you have binary system, an outdated one? Do you have the linguistics, an outdated one? No, all of them are very connected, very much present. So it is for Gen Z that you are all. That is someone who is born between 1990 and 2010 are called as the Generation Z. And that is, Sanskrit is very much important for all of you also. It's difficult to learn. Everything is difficult. Many say Sanskrit is difficult to learn. If the learning itself is difficult, then everything is difficult, isn't it? But if the basic starts well, then the learning is very easy. And for the Indian context, it is never going to be less easier. It is never going to be very difficult because we are connected to Sanskrit through our own mother tongues. Our mother tongues is the language that we speak. And the language that we speak, be it any language, you may be coming from any part of the India, it is somehow one way or other way connected to Sanskrit. That makes us learn Sanskrit very easy. So on the contrary, Sanskrit is pretty easy. The basic Sanskrit is very easy. Next. Yes, another criticism or another common thing is, it is only for Hinduism. Now this has got, because when we look into the evolution of the Sanskrit, we don't find the existence of other religions at all. Now, for example, the Panini's Ashtadhyayi goes back to 8th century BC, before the Christian era. Before the Christian era is at least 800 years before the Islamic era, isn't it? So therefore, when the native literature itself is in the in Sanskrit language, and the word Hinduism is also is not a specific to religion. It's a way of life. It's known to us, right? It's a way of life. So therefore, Sanskrit is only for Hinduism is also not a welcome argument, because we have philosophy, medicine. You are learning Ayurveda. Is Ayurveda only for Hindus? Is the question comes. No, it is for everyone. And Ayurveda learning occurs through Sanskrit only. So therefore, this is also a myth that need to be busted. So it's a native language, language of the land. Next. Okay. So those were some of the myths that existed with reference to Sanskrit. Now, what makes this language special? On screen, you can see some of the points. It is said to be mother language, as was said by the introduction. And it is given birth to many languages and many vocabularies. Many Shabdakoshas are created by the Sanskrit. All our Sanskrit have helped. Then it is the oldest. And in the between I have written it is the newest language also. It is the oldest language as well as the newest language. It's a breathing language. The peculiarity is it has one of the uniqueness of that language is Ucharasthanas. Then it is a scientific language. It's a character-specific and context-specific language. The next few slides will talk about these issues. Now, what is Sanskrit? Sanskrit is something which is created in a most perfect way, designed in most perfect way. Samskrita, samyak krita. Now, the language itself and the grammar itself is so robust and so scientific that even though when Panini has written thousands of years ago, it becomes very much relevant. Now, link it with any other language. Forget about the European languages. Link it to only Kannada. Now, somewhere around hundreds of years back, we had something called as Halagannada. We had something called as Halagannada. How many of us are understanding the Halagannada today? How many of us are understanding, even though we are in Kannada Sahitya Parishattu, okay, there is a girl there are a few girls who are able to raise their hands that they understand the Halagannada. But the remaining, the vast majority don't connect themselves. Now, what I want to say is, over a period of time, the languages have changed. The language have changed. And the change in the language creates a difficulty for understanding the erstwhile previous literatures. Now, that is not the case with Sanskrit. That is not the case with Sanskrit. You can forget, I took the example of Halagannada. Think of anything written in Latin, Greek. How to understand them? The language themselves don't exist. They have evolved in such a way that the roots are forgotten. No, that is not the case with the Sanskrit. Sanskrit is the ancient language, and that is why when I say it is the oldest as well as the newest, you can apply it to the present day scenarios also. Next. Okay. Now this picture gives you an idea of how the languages evolved. When we say Sanskrit is mother language, when we say Sanskrit is the language which has led to creation of so many other languages, on screen you can see a picture, and that is called as the tree of language. One of the roots that you can find is, there is a word called as Indo-European language. And that is also part which is on at the level of ground, right? Below which there will be roots again. The root of that tree is called as Proto-Indo-European languages. Now, you will find Sanskrit coming there. It's not on the top. It is coming at the root of the Proto-Indo-European languages. Sanskrit is not the only language. You have Latin and Greek also coming in that Proto-Indo-European languages. Now, what happens next is important. You have something called as, on one side, you have Sanskrit taking itself into big branch, which has led to various languages. Various languages, for example, Indo-Iranian is the first branch from where you talk about Persia, and the latest available language happens to be the Urdu. Right. Then you have from the northwestern zone, you have Punjabi, Sindhi, Kashmiri, Nepali is coming. Eastern zone, you have Bengali, Assamese. Now, all of them are coming from only one root, and that root is Sanskrit. So when she said Sanskrit is the mother language, this is how it is the mother language. Right? And on the other hand, you'll find Latin, Greek, ancient, etc. And the branch indicate that they were the bigger in terms of importance, and the tree as a whole, the leaves indicate to what extent they are in use. If you see English, it's widely used. English is widely used. Now, since I am telling that even the English has got its origin from the Sanskrit itself. It is from the Proto-Indo-European languages itself. Now, that's how when we say Matru in Sanskrit becomes mother, mother is an English word. Pitru becomes father. Father is an English word. You will see the connection. Here you have a door. Door is English, Dwara is Sanskrit. Right? So this is how the languages get connected. Over a period of time, you have the same Sanskrit which is coming, which is given not just the the languages of the Indic origin, but also on the other side also. And when it comes to utility or using, you have Sanskrit being used. You, in your present day conversation, you never use alpha, beta, theta, gamma, which are the Latin or the Greek. Those are obsolete languages. So this is the language tree which tells you how the connections are there. And now, spending some more time with the Indian languages, connected to the Indian languages, this is another important aspect. This slide tells you that the Proto-Indian, Indo-European languages, forget about the European languages, and why we talk about Indo-Europe is again connected to some historical development that is called as continental drift, if you learned your high school correctly. Continental drift has created that we are common origin in this case. Now, the Proto-Indo-European language led to Vedic Sanskrit. Vedic Sanskrit led to present-day Sanskrit. Vedic Sanskrit led to classical Sanskrit. On the other hand, you have another ancient language which is practiced in this part of the country also. We call it as Tamil. Then the classical Sanskrit and Tamil together led to 3 Indian languages which are there in the South India. We call them as Malayalam, Kannada and Telugu. And therefore, Kannada is one of the Shastriya Bhasha. Is one of the scientific and one of the oldest languages that we take pride of. Then, from classical Sanskrit, you have a list of Prakrit languages, which are a host of languages that are there in the India. Be it Hindi, Bengali, Oriya, Bihari, Gujarati, Marathi, all of them have the origin that is coming from the Sanskrit itself. So Sanskrit, therefore, is not just one of the oldest language, it is the mother of all the Indian languages, as well as to some extent the European languages also. Next. Now, another important aspect of Sanskrit is, this is a very scientific and technically evolved language, though it is one of the ancient. Now, on screen, you can see, those who are seniors may be aware of what I am referring to. I am referring to Ucharasthanas. You know, Akuha Visarjaniyanam. What does it mean? Now, how scientific, now you have alphabets. Alphabets in English are A, B, C, D, E. Where are the vowels and where are the consonants? They are placed in between. Right? A, E, I, O, U are my English vowels. Whereas A, E are my swaras in Sanskrit. Now, even though the English is a very recent and latest language, the alphabets are haphazardly arranged. Whereas my acharyas thought of it very scientifically and placed them, gave them as separate headings. I have swara, I have vyanjana being given differently. Now, the Ucharasthana makes it unique. When I say kak, kha, ga, gha, ya, you know which part of the mouth are involved. When I say cha, cha, jha, jha, ya, you're talking about which part of the mouth are involved. It continues, tatta, dha, dana, tatta, da, da, na, then pappa, bha, bha, ma. Now, I am referring to ucharasthanas, which are very unique to Ayurveda, which are very unique to Sanskrit, that makes this Sanskrit language, which is scientific. Now, what is scientific in it is, we use anuswara visarga, aha. And we have something called as alpa prana, mahaprana in Sanskrit. Prana is life, right? Prana is life. Prana is very essential. Now the technology is devised in such a way that mere conversation in Sanskrit makes you live long. Now what does it mean? Makes you do pranayama, right? By mere conversation of Sanskrit, you are doing some breathing exercise. You have a control over prana. Now, on the philosophical domain, what you do when we talk about Yoga Darshana, you have to do pranayama. Yama, niyama, once your external behaviors and the internal behaviors are controlled, the next thing is you have to control over your prana. And pranayama occurs mere by talking Sanskrit. Mere by talking Sanskrit, you are doing pranayama. Next one. Now, this is another important aspect of the very same concept, ucharasthanas. Now, in most of the other languages, when you speak something, only the part of the body which starts from larynx and the oral cavity are involved. Now, here is a unique language which gives exercise to all those parts of the body. Now, you have something called as articulatory system. I said ucharasthanas. Then you have phonetic system, from where the anuswara, visarga, etc. are coming. Then you have an air pressure system, which you have to modulate for pronunciating some of the Sanskrit terms. So, can you ever, we have one of the important aspects of our dinacharya as vyayama. Right? We have our own vyayama coming. We do vyayama for exercises for our own physical bodies. Now, what is the vyayama for lungs? What is the vyayama for diaphragm? What is the vyayama for my larynx? Now, all these are the vyayama that are giving for this part of the body. Now, by speaking Sanskrit, my diaphragm is activated. By speaking Sanskrit, even my stomach is activated. Right? So, in such a scientific way, the technology is devised, and on the other screen, you see something called as Shiva Sutras. Now, another important aspect of this Sanskrit is, on screen you can see, what you can see? Picture. Water. What is water? Can we have any English other word for water? Can we have any other English word for water? No? Aqua? Aqua, I am prompting. I'm misleading. Aqua is not English. Right? We have been using it because it comes from Proto-English, that is the Latin and the Greek. And that's why we say aqua also. But what I want to say is, you don't have any other word for water. But in Sanskrit, look, I'm only giving examples. You have many other words also. It says this, jalam, apa, vari, neer, ambha, toya, udaka. What are these words? All of these words are referring to very water, isn't it? Why do we have these many words? Why do we need these many words? Any answers or any thoughts? Now, what does jala means? Now, you will find the answers in various koshas. And unfortunately, the students of Gen Z who hold phone always, we have Amara Kosha, Halayada Kosha, Vachaspatya, all available as the Android apps. One of the important aspects of any Ayurveda student, they should have them in their phone. Right? Open it and you will see it. Jala. Right? Something which has got the capacity to become jada. It has got many meanings. One of the meaning is which has got capacity to become jada. What has got the capacity to become jada? Yes, it can become. We call it as ice. Isn't it? Vari, achadayati, something that covers in the form of clouds. Neer, something that finds a path and goes forward. I call it as neer. I'm talking about the very same water, right? So I use ambha, toya, udaka, all of these have got different meanings. And what essentially I am doing is, I am studying water. The study of water is called as hydrology. Now, can you study hydrology by just using one word that is Sanskrit, that is water? No. You have to go open a science textbook and learn everything about water characteristics, and then you say that I have learned about water. That is not occurring here. Just by using different words, you are learning the different characters of Jala. Right? So therefore, it is not just a science. It is not just a language. And the language is also unique. The difference between the English and the Sanskrit is, they are called as object-specific language. And Sanskrit is a character-specific language. Character means it explains some characters or some phenomenon or some context. For example, in our class of Padartha Vijnana, we talk about Atma. Atma can be that supreme Atma. Atma can be the Atma in you. And many times we call Samanaska Sharira as also Atma. Atma is also Samanaska Sharira with Mana Sharira. That is also called as Atma. That's why we have Adhyatmika Vyadhis, isn't it? So therefore, it is context-specific language. It is character-specific language, which makes it unique from all other languages, which brings about a bifurcation of the Sanskrit with other languages. So I can easily say Sanskrit is not just a language, it's a science too. Right? It's a science too. By learning more words, you are learning the characters of that substance, isn't it? So that is one of the uniqueness of Sanskrit. Now, this is another important aspect. You'll find, you can Google it later to find out what it is. It is totally called as Sanskrit effect. What I am referring to is an outcome of a research that was conducted around 6 to 7 years back in JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University of Delhi, which is now which has become more famous these days for some wrong things itself. But keeping that aside, various neurologists were involved in this research. Now, what this research was done is, they conducted the MRI studies of various Pandits of Sanskrit who chant the mantras, who do the Veda Ghosha. That was done just before, in the beginning. Right? They studied the finding of the MRI results, and it was surprising for them to note that there is a part of brain which is called as hippocampus. Now, it was seen that the size of the hippocampus is more big in those people. What it means? Now, the seniors are very much aware of the role of hippocampus. Hippocampus is that part of the brain which is helping in for cognition, which is helping you know better, which is helping you how to convert that short-term memory into long-term memory, which is helping you to enhance the memory, which is helping you to use the memory, smriti, as, now you know, buddhi has got two sources. One is smriti and the other one is anubhava. Right? First year Padartha Vijnana, paper 2. Now, you use the smriti to build on your own buddhi. Now, interestingly, they found that just by mere chanting of these shlokas, they are able to learn the other subjects in a better way. Now, the purpose of your study of Sanskrit is, it gets increased manifold now. If you learn Sanskrit, your Sharira Rachana study will be more better. If you learn Sanskrit, your Sharira Kriya study will be more better. If you learn Sanskrit, your Padartha Vijnana study will be more better. That's the advantages of Sanskrit effect. Right? So therefore, Sanskrit has to be learned. That is one of the another important aspect of Sanskrit. Okay, why? We Ayurveda students, we have come to study the Ayurveda. Ayurveda is a Vaidika Shastra. It's a medical science. Why do I need Sanskrit? A question may come. So next few slides, we'll spend time on answering those questions. Okay. An Ayurveda student generally feels this. Right? When I say I am a BMA student and I study Sanskrit, what people think, oh, he is learning something, yajna, yaga, etc. My friends think that I am sitting in front of a sage, Rishi, and he is teaching me Sanskrit. And what my relatives thinks is I learn something, these Jyotisha, horoscopy, etc. also. But in reality, there you are, seriously studying all the Samhitas, all the medical texts. So, next. Okay. Now, it was told in the beginning, in the introduction itself, that why I need to study Sanskrit is because all ancient Ayurveda literature is available in Sanskrit. That's as simple as that. To study Samhitas, to study Charaka Sushruta Vagbhata, the study of Ayurveda is essentially the study of Charaka Sushruta Vagbhata. It has to be understood. Right? The study of Ayurveda is not merely the study of the syllabus that is given to you. The more robust study of Ayurveda will occur when you study these Samhitas, when you understand, realize the messages that are embedded in these Samhitas and start using them. That is the real study of Ayurveda. And the real study of Ayurveda only will occur with the knowledge of Sanskrit, because they are written in Sanskrit and they are commented upon by Sanskrit. And Sanskrit is not an object-specific language that I can say this is water. He uses various terms and gives you different meanings as per the context. As per the context, you got to go on getting the meanings of all those technical terms. So you need to learn the Sanskrit. And the terminologies, the technical terminologies, which may be very, might be the seniors have already come across with many technical terms already. Right? On screen, you can see some basic things. For example, we have a term called as swastha. Swastha means, you'll easily say healthy. But is it the real meaning of the word swastha? Right? We have definitions also. So, shtuho nirvikarattvena avatishtate, then you have samadosha samagni, you might have by hearted them. But the very root of the word swastha indicates that it is sushtuhu swatantre. Swatantra means someone who is independent. Swatantra is freedom from disease. That is a limited meaning. But the bigger meaning is someone who is capable of doing his own activities on his own. Someone who is not dependent on any other is swastha. Now, for you to get to the core meaning of all these technical terms, Sanskrit becomes evident. Another example I can quote, dukkha. Dukkha means sadness, dukkha means diseases, dukkha means discomfort. These are the meanings. Now, if you look into the Sanskrit literature of Ayurveda, you get it deciphered as durdusthani khani. Du means dushta, kha means rotas, dukkha means dushta srotas, which is an event in any of the vyadhis. So, to understand the technical terms of Ayurveda, you need to know the Sanskrit. Preservation of knowledge is mandated as a responsible citizen of this country. Article 51A of Indian Constitution, it makes you mandatory that you have to preserve the Indian culture, Indian literature. So one of the way of preserving is learning. Right? One of the way of preservation of rich tradition in the culture of India is to learn Sanskrit, to preserve Sanskrit, which is, preservation is mandatory for everyone. Everyone who is in this land is governed by the law. The law is the Constitution. The Constitution says, Act 51A of Indian Constitution specifically emphasizes that you have to preserve the rich culture of the land. Now, interpretation and innovations. Now, innovations are possible if you try to go deeper into the literature of Sanskrit. For example, we had a Shastra called as Vimana Shastra by Bharadwaja. Right? Vimana Shastra existed. Innovation occurred, and you have aeronautics. That's only an example I'm talking about. Like that, if you look into the Sanskrit literature, you have wide variety of these ideas which can be converted into innovations. You will find peculiar and highly imaginative concepts in Sanskrit literature which you can convert into realities. Right? That gives you a very big idea. Cultural connection. This is another important aspect. We all are connected to Ayurveda, to Sanskrit through our own traditions and the cultures. And therefore, we have so many festivals. The festivals are part of our life because the festival indicates the change, and the change in the climate in the society should not affect me, and therefore I have festivals. I celebrate it by doing certain rituals, regimens, or eating the prescribed foods. Now, those are some of the reasons why an Ayurveda student should learn the Sanskrit. Now, hereafter, for the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll spend time on some of the peculiarities and the uniqueness of Sanskrit that is essential for all of you. Now, one of the major important source of Sanskrit grammar happens to be the Paninis. The Paninis Ashtadhyay. Ashtadhyay means 8-chaptered book, which was created long back. I referred the Chandas Shastra came into being in 2nd century BC. The historians have found out it. This is maybe in reality they may go somewhat beyond also. But the evidence, based on the evidence that the historians and the historical archaeological researchers have found out, it predates approximately 10th century BC, we can say it. So Ashtadhyayi of Panini is the largest and the most important. Now, Ashtadhyayi of Panini brings about how the words, how the letters got created. This you might have learnt. The seniors may be aware of this shloka also. Right? Nrittavasane nataraja rajo nanada dhakkam navapanchavaram uddhartu kamaha sanakadi siddhan etad vimarshe shivasutra jalam. These are the shivasutra jalas, 14 shivasutras. The shivasutras are I, Un, Ul, Ruk, that we saw in the previous slides. Next, these shivasutras led to creation of this vast literature. Now, these shivasutras, the aksharas, were the primary tool for writing the 4 Vedas. The 4 Vedas are the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda, which have got embedded in them the 4 part also. We call them as Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka and Upanishad. Now, Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, Upanishad, the Veda are written using the Shiva Sutras. Right. Now, then you have 6 Vedangas. And the 6 Vedangas are called as Shiksha, the study of phonetics, Vyakarana, grammar, Chandas, the rhythm, Nirukta, etymology, Jyotisha, astronomy, and Kalpa, the practice of various rituals. Now, for these to be written also, you have the Shiva Sutras being used. The Shiva Sutras are various varna that we learn in Sanskrit. Now, later to that, you have 4 Upaveda in the form of Ayurveda, Gandharva Veda, Dhanur Veda, and the Arthashastra. Arthashastra is economics, political science, the business administration. Now, all this vast literature, I'm only referring to some of the literature. I'm not including the various, the Bharatiya Darshana and the other literature. This all is an outcome of the Shiva Sutra and the Sanskrit Varnakshara, and the basic of all information is available only in Sanskrit. Now you see, someone who has by hearted all these, how active his hippocampus would be. Right? How active his hippocampus would be, because the way we learn as per Vagbhata is Patha, Avabodha, Anusthana. The first thing that has to happen is Patha. Patha means, Patha is obviously the Kantha Patha. Kantha Patha is by hearting. Right? Kantha Patha has to happen, and Kantha Patha will occur, should occur as a part of your study also. So therefore, if you have carefully seen your syllabus of Samhita Pathana or for any other subject, you have a host of shlokas to be by hearted. You have a list of shlokas to be by hearting. By hearting of all the shlokas is very essential for all of you. Now, by hearting is an art. Right? If you properly by heart, then the flow of the shlokas would be very easy. Let me take, for example, the 5th Adhyaya of Ashtanga Hridaya. You start it as Jivanam, Tarpanam, Hridyam, Ladi Buddhi Prabodhanam, Tannavyaktarasam, Rishtam, Sheetam, Lagu Amritopamam, Gangambu, Navaso, Brishtam, Sprishtam, Tvarkendu Marutaihi, Hita Hitatve Tadbhuyo, Desha Kalavapekshate, Yena Bhi Vrishtam Avalam, Shallanam Rajate Sitam, Aklinam Avivaranam Chatatpeyam Gangam Anyatha, Samudram Tannapatavyam Masa Dashva Yujadvina, Napibet Pankashaivala Trina Parana Vilasmritam, Suryendu Pavana Drishtam Abhivrishtam Ghanam Guru, Fenilam Jantumatatvam Dantagrahyati Shaityataha. This way of by hearting is very essential for all of the students of Ayurveda. Now, therefore, you have a list of shlokas to be by hearted, which is very essential. The purpose of by hearting is you will learn Sanskrit, you will learn Ayurveda, you will learn all other languages, your pronunciation will be more robust, and it will help you learn other things because your hippocampus is getting increased. So therefore, you have to learn this vast literature. Next. Now, I was mentioning, these are said to be the founders of Sanskrit. You have Panini's Ashtadhyayi, which is purely the work of grammar. Then you have another sage whose name is Pingala, who is the creator of Chandas Shastra. Then you have Katyayana, Patanjali. Those have written those books. We will spend some time on Pingala. Pingala is the creator of Chandas Shastra. Chandas means, Chandas is there in Kannada also. In some South Indian languages, you have chandas, but in North Indian languages or in the European languages, you don't find the chandas. Chandas is saying something or creating something in such a way that I chant it or pronounce it in a rhythmic way. Okay, next. Okay, the factual contributions of Sanskrit in present day Gen Z. No, you're all Gen Z, isn't it? Now, what really is the contribution? The binary, I am talking about three aspects here. The binary number system, the combinatorics, then you have computational linguistics. We'll spend some time on these things and we will end our presentation. Next. Now, Pingala, the whole purpose of Chandas is to how to write a shloka. This is an art of writing the shloka. Now, in the beginning, I mentioned something called as Hrisva and Laghu, or otherwise known as Alpa Prana, Mahaprana. Hrisva, Laghu are the technical terms that you will find in Sanskrit literature, Sanskrit grammar. Right? Hrisva and Laghu. Remember these. Hrisva is written 1, Laghu is usually written as 0. Now, why the Hrisva and Laghu came into being is, in how many ways a one word can be created. This is important because Chandas helps us write the shlokas. Next shloka. Okay. On screen you can see one shloka. That is, Natato na mata na bandhur na data, na putro na putri na bhrityo na bhartaha. Now, in this shloka, you can see there is one Hrisva and immediately there are two Dirghas. Right? So why this is written in this way is because it has to be rhythmic. If it is rhythmic, chanting becomes easy. Chanting has to happen in proper rhythm. Now, the seniors of this batch can tell me any shloka that they know. Stand up and tell me any one shloka of Ayurveda. If you can continue, you can. Very good. So we will stop at this, this at this point of time. Now, if you have read that shloka, if you have learned that shloka, this is the most widely used type of writing in Ayurveda literature. It is written as per Chandas. Now, as per Chandas, the Chandas we call it is known as Anushtup Chandas, where each line will have fixed number of words, a fixed number of syllables. The fixed number of syllables are 16. You count any of the shloka of Ayurveda, whether it is Charaka Samhita or Sushruta Samhita or Vagbhata Samhita, what you find is these being written in Anushtup Chandas, which are coming with 16 syllables, 16 words, and ideally it is said that you have to give a pause after 8. Right? So that is what is Chandas Shastra, and Chandas Shastra helps you create the shlokas in a proper rhythm. Now, previous slide. Now, Chandas Shastra helped, because we are talking about Laghu Guru. Read this one. The number of word possibilities for n letter word is 2 to the power of n. I have Laghu and Guru, which are 2. I want a word which is having 2 letters. In how many possible ways I can write it? 2 to the power of 2. 2 to the power of 2. They become 4. I have 3-letter word. In how many different ways I can write it? 2 to the power of 3. Right? 2 to the power of 3. Now, this is what we call it as binary system, isn't it? This is what, when I asked you why your pen drives have got only 16 GB, why not 18, why not 20, why not 25, you will next only get 32 GB is because of this binary system. That's contribution of Pingala, who existed 200 years before the Christ. 200 BC is the time of Pingala. Next. Now that has led to many other contributions in the field of mathematics. Previous. Yes. So Pingala brought about 6 combinational algorithms. Now combinatorics is a science in mathematics which you might have learnt under the title called as permutations and combinations. You know what is permutation and combination is, isn't it? Now you'll be surprised to see that permutation combination as a science was developed basically by the expert of Chandas Shastra, Pingala. Now, and therefore, these are the various permutation combinations. We'll talk about, the first one is Prastara and Lagakriya. Next slide. Now, what Lagakriya says? What is said in Chandas Shastra of Pingala is presented there. Tasya prathame koshthe ekaha sankhyaam. Create one koshtha, one cell, and write 1. Then, Vyavasthapyaha lakshanam idam pravartayet. Continue doing the same below also. Tatra dvikosha tayam pankto. You have 2 koshas with 1 written. Then, right, he is specifically telling, write 1 in both. Tataha pankto. Thereafter, ekaha ekam dadyat. Now come here. Look here. Madhyama koshtet upari Koshtadvayaha ankam eki kritya. Okay. Now, here, when you write this kosha, then you add the first 2 and write the number. This is what he is telling. This is known as Lagakriya, and creating this is known as Meru Prastara. Meru, have you seen this picture? Have you seen this picture in your high school or pre-university studies? Have you seen this? What it is called? Next. Okay. Now, why this is created? First understand why this is created. Remember, this all is a science of creating shlokas. Chandas Shastra means how I can create a shloka. Now, a question comes. I want to create a 6-letter word which has got 2 gurus and 4 lagus. I want to create a 6-letter word which has got 2 gurus and 4 lagus. In how many different ways I can do it? Now, for that, in that table, you have to go R6 and the 2 guru and 4 lagu option is coming. In 15 different ways you can do it. This is a table that is suggesting. Now, the table, though is created by Meru Prastara of Pingala, table you have learnt already. In your high school mathematics, this table existed. Next. Okay, these are some of the works that date back to 755 AD. How they calculated the table to create shlokas. How the shlokas were created. Go further. Next. Now, this is known to you, isn't it? You learned this table. This is the binary calculations. Now, when you say a plus b whole square is equal to, now there you have it in the chart itself, in the table itself. Now, you have it applied. If you continue the classification, you'll find the same. This is what is the Pingala's binary theorems that date back to 2nd century BC, and now you have the various mathematicians, those who have come and told you. Next one. Now, this is another important aspect. The very same triangle that is better known as, I'll use the word, it is known as Pascal's triangle. This word is heard? You learned Pascal's triangle, isn't it? Pascal's triangle has got different utilities. Now, one of the utility of Pascal's triangle is this Fibonacci series. Again, the concept of mathematics. We'll go to the next slide to understand this. Why Fibonacci series is important is how I can fit more akshara in a less space. How I can fit more akshara in a little space. The Fibonacci series examples are there. How sunflower is using less space to give you more seeds. How a cauliflower is using less space to give more leaves. Or rather, cauliflower, fine. Now, in the same, those are the offshoots of this Meru Prastara of Pingala. Pingala has created this table using these tables. How Pingala has learned, they have learned these natural observations and evolved this theory, and which is helping you create so many mathematical equations and problems and the solutions. Next. Now this is Pascal's triangle. You know it, right? You have ones on one side, you have counting numbers in the second line, you have triangular numbers coming. Now all this is Pascal's triangle, and Pascal's triangle has got its own applications. You learned it in your high school. Now the seeds of these go to the Chandas Shastra of Pingala. Right? So these seeds go back to the Chandas Shastra. Chandas Shastra is created to write how better way the shlokas. Next. Okay, the Chandas Shastra led to development of all these. Look here, binary number system, we already talked about. Algebra roots are there. Combinatorics, we talked about the permutations and combinations, how the permutations and combinations are outcome of Chandas Shastra. Then, the electronic computer, these are those which are in the red are offshoot of the very same. The third important aspect of this, which is natural language processing, and I can say that one of the way or the utility of this technology is the very Sanskrit effect. Sanskrit effect, where we try to store as many as possible in the same hippocampus. So therefore, your 2 GB pen drive is this is sandalwood. You have to read these many literature, and in these many literature, you have one literature called as Ayurveda. Right? In that one literature, you have Charaka, Sushruta, Vagbhata. You have to understand all of them so that we don't become a donkey who doesn't value what it holds. We hold some precious, very priceless literature and the science in our hand. Next. So, what I just told that we learnt about the last end of our conversation was we learnt about how Pingala's Chandas Shastra helped us gain the various aspects of computers. Now this is a famous shloka that you might have chanted many times. Let's end by saying that Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat, let the illuminate and the empower, let the Sanskrit illuminate and empower our intellect. And what we can do is, I started with one chant, and I am coming and ending with the very same chant. Vagartha viva samprukto vagartha pratipatte jagataha vande pitarau parvati parameshwaram. The vak and the artha, the words and the meaning cannot be separated. They hold a very, if you bifurcate the meaning, the word doesn't exist. And if the word doesn't exist, the meaning will not get it. So they are like Parvati Parameshwara. So we will have to learn Sanskrit. We will learn Sanskrit and make best use of it. There is no and in the process, because this over a period of time, if you look into the media and the social media and the other, there were many language wars also existed somewhat recently. A language supremacy is another concept that is there. Right? Those who speak Hindi say that they are supreme. No, that is not. We love our mother tongue. I love Kannada. But at the same time, I respect Sanskrit. I learn. So therefore, do not hate any language. Speak your mother tongue and learn and save Sanskritam. With this message, I stop my presentation. I thank the organizers, Ahalya Madam and Shanai sir, for giving me the platform to share these insights. If there are any questions, we will take the questions. Thank you, one and all.
ಎಲ್ಲರ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಿಸಿ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಮಹೋದಯರಿಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಸರ್ವಕಾರೀಯ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರದಿಂದ ಎರಡೂ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತಾ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಣೈ ಅವರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Now the next session begin. I will welcome Dr. Shri Lalita to welcome the next session chairperson, guest.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Dhanvantaraye Namaha. I hereby take the privilege to welcome Dr. Saurabha S. Kokkatanur, Associate Professor, Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya Hubli, Founder, Tadvidya Sambhasha Parishat. He will be talking with the importance of Samhita Pathana. So, Samskrita is a language which actually increases our energy levels. So, he will be talking about the importance of the Pathana in Sanskrit, right? So, I welcome you all and welcome Dr. Saurabha, sir.
नमस्सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च अद्यतनं स्ववर्णाश्रमोचितं देशकालावस्थोचितं नित्यनैमित्तिक काम्यकर्म यथाशक्ति यथा ज्ञप्ति यथा वैभवं करिष्ये मदाज्ञाकारिभिः विद्यासम्बन्धिभिः देहसम्बन्धिभिश्च त्वदीयैः अशेषजनैः त्वत्सर्वकर्तृत्वकारयितृत्वाद्यनुसन्धानपूर्वकं कारयिष्ये च. I am very glad to stand here before you on a platform which is very well praised by so many scholarly people in and around. First of all, I would like to render my salutations to Lord Dhanvantari, my parents, and I am an adopted child to Dr. Ahalya Madam. She treats me like a son. Myself and Abhijit, we always share a pictograph where we both are sitting next to her and she is in the center and holding with her open hands to both of us. So we both consider to be the adopted child of Dr. Ahalya Madam. And Shanai sir, I don't know why he was forcing me so much that he wanted me to be present here for this event and present on this Pathana topic. When my teachers are here in front of me, my very good friend is also here who can render more than me with the experience. Vayo vruddhaha anubhava vruddhaha cha api. Still then, I have been invited by Dr. Shanai sir. I am thankful for you. And most important is I am thankful to all of you that though you are just stepping into the field of Ayurveda, still you are sitting quietly and listening patiently because you are henceforth going to see the patients. To see patient, you must have a patience. If you don't have patience, then you will become patient, and patient always remains the patient. So, these words really take a depth meaning and hope you all will catch it. I would like to know how many of you don't understand indigenous language as Prakrita sir said about Hindi. Is there anyone who doesn't understand Hindi? Good. Is there anyone who you don't understand Hindi? That's great. You raised hand or you were just talking to your backbencher? This all I also did when I was student like you and sitting for the first time in a conference. So is there anyone who don't know Kannada language? Oh, there are so many. Right, fine. I would like to lead my session in Hindi language because the topic given to me is Pathana. Pathana should be led with indigenous language or the language with which you are very, very familiar. You may be very familiar with the English language, but I may not be. Wherever I go, either I render my session in Hindi or the regional language if it is the event is organized in Karnataka. तो मुझे जो विषय दिया गया है वो विषय आयुर्वेद ग्रंथ के पठन में महत्व क्या है. पठन शब्द का अर्थ दो पन्नों में जाता है. एक अर्थ है कि उसका केवल उच्चारण करना, छंदोबद्ध करके वाक्यों को जोड़ना और उनका व्यवहार में लाना. और दूसरा शब्द जो है वो पठन, इसका महत्व ये है कि पठन करने से मुझ में क्या मिलता है, मुझे क्या मिलता है, ये समझना बहुत महत्व का है. केवल पठन करने से हम तो पुजारी नहीं हैं, जहाँ पे हम केवल पठन करते बैठे रागादि रोगान सततान शक्तान नशेष काय प्रसरतान नशेषान नौत्सुक्य मोहान रतितान जघान यो अपूर्व वैद्याय नमोस्तु तस्मै, ऐसे बोलते गए तो इससे क्या महत्व मिल रहा है ये जानना बहुत बहुत महत्व का है. और जब तक हम इसे नहीं जानते हैं तब तक पठन इस शब्द का अर्थ नहीं मिलता है. Hope I am clear with my Hindi language, though I belong to Kannada and my mother language is Kannada. Still, we are in a way where we are trying to make all Ayurveda graduates know at least Hindi properly, because most of the textbooks of Ayurveda are in Hindi, which are comparatively authentic. Most important is Sanskrit tikas only, but to some level it is must that you should read Hindi tika books, particularly Vidyotini and such tikas. Hence, wherever we go, myself and Abhijit, who are paramparas from Dharmadhikari sir, a well-known figure called walking charaka of present era, we are propagating Samhita related concepts, may it be Shabda, Vakya or the whole chapter in Indian language, that is Hindi, more preferably. And if students are well versed with Sanskrit, then we directly go with Sanskrit. So anyway, बीच बीच में डेफिनेटली मैं इंग्लिश यूज़ करूँगा कि जहाँ चाहिए वहाँ पे इंग्लिश लेना पड़ता है। आपको दो विषय मन में रहने हैं। जो लास्ट में बैठे हैं ना, आपको कुछ दिक्कत है, थोड़ा उठ के बैठने वाले हैं? चलिए सभी प्लीज स्टैंड अप फॉर अ वाइल, ऑल ऑफ यू, सभी उठिए। सर आप नहीं हैं, आप बैठिए। बाकी सभी विद्यार्थी 2 मिनट के लिए खड़े हो जाए और ऐसे ऐसे टर्न हो जाए दोनों तरफ। अभी बैठिए, बैठ जाइए प्लीज। तो अब बीच बीच में किसी ने गड़बड़ किया तो मैं उसको उठा के हिलाने के लिए शुरू करवा दूंगा। तो आप बी वेरी कॉशियस दैट यू आर नॉट लुकिंग एट एनीथिंग एल्स अदर देन द स्क्रीन। ठीक है? आर यू ऑल कंफर्टेबल? जो बाहर बैठे हो बाद में मिलते हैं, यानी वो ऑनलाइन देख रहे हैं तो ऑनलाइन ऑलवेज रेस्पॉन्स इज 20 सेकेंड्स डिलेड। अभी मैं और श्रीहर्ष से बात कर रहे थे कि एक्चुअली गूगल मीट में जब मीटिंग करते हैं तो क्या होता है, लाइवली दिख पड़ता है कि बाहर के जो विद्यार्थी हैं वो 20 सेकेंड के बाद रेस्पॉन्ड करते हैं। जो सामने बैठे हैं वो देखते हैं, लेकिन पीछे जो है उनको दिक्कत है। तो दो विषय मन में रहने चाहिए। एक है शब्द का महत्व क्या है। जैसे अभी जो न्यू कमर्स है, रिसेंटली जो एडमिशन लिया है, आप लोगों का ट्रांजिशनल करिकुलम शुरू हुआ होगा और कॉलेज के हर कोने में आपको वात पित्त कफ ये 3 शब्द सुने पड़ते हैं। आर यू एबल टू हियर दीज 3 वर्ड्स? जहाँ तक ये वात पित्त कफ का शब्द उच्चारण होता है कि एक बेंच में अगर 3 विद्यार्थी बैठे हैं, उनको भी उनमें कौन वात है, कौन पित्त है और कौन कफ है, यहाँ तक हमारा ट्रांसलेशन या मैचिंग चलता रहता है। अगर कोई मोटा बैठा है बेंच में तो उसको कफ कहते हैं, जो ग्लोइंग स्किन कॉम्प्लेक्शन है तो उसको पित्त कहते हैं, जो पतला जैसा लकड़ी जैसा बैठा है बेंच में जो एडजस्ट कर रहा है स्पेस को, उसको हम वायु कहते हैं। लेकिन ये वायु बहुत महत्व का है। वायु आयुर्वेद में बहुत महत्व का है। पित्तम पंगु कफम पंगु पंगवो मलधातवः वायुना यत्र नीयते तत्र गच्छति मेघवत्। पित्त और कफ ये इमोबाइल है, ये ट्रांसलेटिंग शब्द इसी से उसका महत्व निकल जाता है। पंगु शब्द का अर्थ लंगड़ना, यानी दोज हु कैन नॉट वॉक प्रॉपरली विथ एबनॉर्मल वॉकिंग। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वो वॉकिंग ही नहीं करते, ऐसे नहीं है। सो पित्त और कफ दे आर हैविंग पुअर कैपेसिटी टू मूव, लेकिन इन दोनों को मोबिलाइज करता है जो एकमात्र द्रव्य है देह में, वो है वायु। बिना वायु द मूवमेंट्स आर नो वे एक्सपेक्टेड। तो वायु मूवमेंट्स के लिए बहुत महत्व का है। तो इसको जानने के लिए ग्रंथकार में यानी ग्रंथों में ग्रंथकारों ने अनेक विषयों को बताया है। आप सभी के पास एंड्रॉयड मोबाइल्स है, किसी के पास एप्पल भी होगा, तो प्लीज़ शायद पूरे कर्नाटक के प्रांत में लगभग 80+ आयुर्वेद के कॉलेजेस हैं, जहाँ पे हर कॉलेज में अगर आप किसी लेक्चर को या टीचर को सुने तो वो मोबाइल क्लास में अलाउ नहीं करते हैं। मैं एकमात्र फैकल्टी हूँ जो मेरे क्लास में हर विद्यार्थी मोबाइल यूज़ करते हैं। यानी ये आप क्लैप्स करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो आयुर्वेद देखते हैं मोबाइल में। कुछ फेसबुक व्हाट्सएप ओपन करने के लिए अलाउड नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरा जो विषय है वो संहिता है। सम्यक हितः इति संहिता। जो मन के लिए हर तरह से हर तरफ से जो हितकारी रहता है उसको हम संहिता कहते हैं। संहिता किसी लड़की का नाम नहीं है। लड़के खुश संहिता बोलते बोलते हाँ मिल गई, कोई मिल गया, तो ये ऐसे चलते रहता है। तो ग्रंथों में संहिता पठन करने का कुछ महत्व अलग ही है। जैसे मैंने अभी आपके सामने एक वाक्य रखा कि पित्तम पंगु कफम पंगु पंगवो मलधातवः वायुना यत्र नीयते तत्र गच्छति मेघवत्। ये वाक्य मैंने जब बताया, ये वाक्य ना आयुर्वेद के मूल आधारित ग्रंथ यानी चरक, सुश्रुत, वाग्भट, वृद्ध वाग्भट के वाक्य नहीं है। ये वाक्य मध्यकालीन ग्रंथ से लिया गया है, यानी जो पीढ़ी से पीढ़ी चलते जाता है। 18th 19th सेंचुरी के ग्रंथों से ये वाक्य लिया है। उनका ये मानना है कि वायु अत्यंत महत्व का है और वायु निरंतर गतिशील है, निरंतर वायु गतिशील है। और आप सभी के मन में ये ध्यान में रहना है, स्मृति में आपको बरकरार रखना है कि वायु ऑलवेज मूवमेंट में रहता है। केवल वायु ही नहीं, जो धातुएं हैं देह में, रस रक्त मांस मेद अस्थि मज्जा शुक्र, सप्त धातु जिनको हम कहते हैं ये, और त्रिमल, पुरीश, पुरीश यानी स्टूल, मल है, मूत्र है और स्वेद है, ये सभी निरंतर गतिशील रहते हैं। जब तक इनकी गति बरकरार रहती है तब तक देह नॉर्मल रहता है। जब चलनहीन होता है यानी मूवमेंट में कुछ भी तरह का बाधा दिखाई पड़ता है तो वहां पे व्याधि निर्माण होता है। तो आपको एक विषय मन में रखना है इस सेशन के बाद कि आप जो भी वाक्य पढ़ेंगे या उसको बाय हार्ट करेंगे या उसका चिंतन करेंगे तो उनमें से इस दोष धातु और मल को रिलेटेड क्या क्या विषय है ये समझना अत्यंत महत्व का है। और दूसरा विषय एक है कि बहुत सारे शब्दों को बहुत विध के रूप में यानी अनेक प्रसंगों में अनेक अर्थों में प्रयोग में लाया जाता है। उदाहरण के लिए आप जो फर्स्ट ईयर सीनियर्स हैं या फर्स्ट ईयर जूनियर्स जिनको अगर पता है तो आप बोल सकते हैं। सैंधव, क्या आपने सुना है? सैंधव शब्द का अर्थ क्या है? सैंधव ये सॉल्ट है। वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग आंसर आप सभी ने दिया। सैंधव ये सॉल्ट का संस्कृत नाम है, लेकिन सैंधव ये हॉर्स का भी सिनोनिम है। हॉर्स, घोड़े का सिनोनिम सैंधव है। आपको ये सैंधव शब्द का प्रयोग कहाँ पे प्रयोग में लाना है ये जानकारी रहनी चाहिए। उदाहरण के लिए आप खाने पे बैठे हैं टेबल पे और आपके जो फूड है जिसको सर्व किया उसमें लवण रस कम है तो आपको टेस्ट नहीं लग रहा है तो आप सर्वेंट को क्या पूछते हैं? थोड़ा सैंधव लाइए। इसको संस्कृत में हम कैसे कहेंगे? केचित सैंधवम आनय, आनय शब्द सैंधव लाइए ऐसे बताया। और आप खाने पे बैठे हैं और जो सर्वेंट है वो अगर सैनिक स्कूल से है या क्या बोलते हैं उसको, मिलिट्री से है, पुराना मिलिट्री, अभी का मिलिट्री नहीं, बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट करने जैसा मिलिट्री वाला नहीं, पुराने जो घोड़े हाथी ऊंट के ऊपर सवार करके युद्ध करते थे वैसे वाला अगर सैनिक है तो वो क्या समझेगा? सैंधवा माने हॉर्स को लेके आएगा वो, क्योंकि उसके मन में सैंधव शब्द केवल हॉर्स के लिए है। और जब आप युद्ध में हैं, आप एक सोल्जर हो और आप युद्ध में हैं और आप चल रहे हैं लेकिन दुश्मन घोड़े पे भाग रहा है, अभी आपको उसके करीब जाने के लिए आप पैदल चलने लगे या दौड़ने लगे तो पॉसिबल नहीं है, स्ट्रेंथ लॉस होगा। तो आप क्या करेंगे? कुछ व्हीकल का इंपॉर्टेंस लेंगे और व्हीकल को मंगाएंगे। तो व्हीकल मंगाते वक्त वहां पे क्या रहेगा? घोड़ा ही रहेगा। तो आप अपने जूनियर स्टाफ को बोलेंगे कि सैंधवम आनय, अगर वो जो स्टाफ है वो कुकिंग सिस्टम से है तो लवण लेके आएगा आपके सामने। लवण लेके आप दौड़ तो नहीं सकते हैं। तो कौन सी जगह पे शब्द का प्रयोग कैसे किया जाता है और कैसे करना चाहिए ये जानने के लिए संहिता ग्रंथों का पठन ये अत्यंत महत्व का है। ये नॉर्मल इंपॉर्टेंस आपको अभी पता चला है। और संहिता इतना महत्व का क्यों है? Why is संहिता so important in Ayurveda for all of you to become doctors? अभी आप मन में बॉन्ड लिख के रख दीजिए, अगर संहिता नहीं पढ़ा आपको हिस्सा नहीं मिलेगा। ये आपके टीचर्स के बॉन्ड हैं, उनका विल है कि आप संहिता नहीं पढ़ोगे तो आप डॉक्टर नहीं बनोगे। बिना संहिता आप कतईव आयुर्वेद शास्त्र का अध्ययन नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो जब आप अपने अंदर आ गए, अभी शादी करके आयुर्वेद नामक पुरुष से आपने शादी कर लिया, पुरुष हो स्त्री हो आपने शादी कर लिया है, तो अभी आप मायके छोड़ के ससुराल आ गए तो यहाँ पे जो सासू माँ कहेंगी और जो ससुर कहेंगे उसको पालन करना। ससुर सासू माँ यानी आपके टीचर्स और सीनियर्स, जो कहेंगे वो आपको फॉलो कर। टीचर्स आपको बहुत छेड़ते नहीं हैं, जो सीनियर्स हैं वो तो छेड़ने वाली कौन रहती है? सासू माँ। तो आपके सीनियर सभी सासू माँ के जैसे रहते हैं और टीचर्स ससुर, अरे अरे छोड़ो छोड़ो, छोटी है, अभी अभी आए हैं। तो विदाउट फेल यू आर सपोज टू रीड, chant and understand samhitas at your best possible way is must। तो हम थोड़ा बहुत व्याकरण संहिता में क्या है ये जानना सख्त जरूरत है। आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, काव्य के बारे में सुना है। आपने सुना है शब्द काव्य? लड़की का नाम नहीं है। मैं वारंवार ये रिपीट करना चाहता हूं कि बहुत शब्द स्त्रीलिंग रूपी शब्द है। स्त्रियों को चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है और पुरुष खुश न होए। तो ये काव्य जो है एक शास्त्र है, काव्य का एक महत्व का शास्त्र है। तो आयुर्वेद के जो बृहत्रयी नाम से जाने जाते हैं, चरक संहिता, सुश्रुत संहिता और अष्टांग हृदयम या संग्रह। आपके लिए संग्रह नहीं है, केवल हृदय है, इसलिए मैंने अष्टांग हृदयम का स्लाइड रखा है। तो ये संहिता ग्रंथ एक प्रकार के काव्य में लिखा गया है, उसको हम कहते हैं चंपू। आयुर्वेद के हर ग्रंथ चंपू काव्य में लिखा गया है। चंपू शब्द का अर्थ क्या है? चंपू शब्द का अर्थ जिस अध्याय या जिस ग्रंथ गद्य पद्यात्मक हो, गद्य रूप में एक्सप्लेनेशन, कंटिन्यूअस एक्सप्लेनेशन बिना कॉमा हो, या पद्य रूप में रागबद्ध आप उसको चांट कर सके, तो ऐसे कॉम्बिनेशन रहने वाले हर एक ग्रंथ को चंपू काव्य कहा जाता है, उसको हम चंपू कहते हैं। तो ये जो अष्टांग हृदय है, ये मैंने आपके लिए दो ग्रंथ हैं, चरक संहिता भी है और अष्टांग हृदय भी है। लेकिन मैंने अष्टांग हृदय ही लिया क्योंकि ये नियरर पॉसिबल एरा का है। चरक संहिता ये बहुत पुराना है। आप सभी लोगों ने सुना होगा आयुर्वेद कितने साल पुराना है? हाउ ओल्ड इज आयुर्वेदा? व्हाट इज हिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुर्वेदा? 5000 years। आर यू ऑल अग्रीइंग विद दिस? डू यू एग्री that Ayurveda is 5000 years ago? Not those students who have attended my lecture earlier। ये 5000 बोलते बोलते 5000 साल हो गए। यानी मैं जहाँ आपके जैसे BAMS में एडमिशन लिया था तब, यानी 24 साल पहले, तब मेरे गुरुजी ने भी बताया था कि आयुर्वेद 5000 साल पुराना है। और मैंने बोला हाँ हाँ, आगे के 24 साल कौन कौन करेगा? ऐसे मेरे गुरुजी को भी उनके गुरुजी ने 24 साल पहले बताया था कि आयुर्वेद 5000 साल पुराना है, तो उसके पीछे के 24 साल कौन कौन करेगा? ऐसे 5000 कितने 5000 बीत गए किसी को पता नहीं है, किसी को पता नहीं है। तो आयुर्वेद अब कितने साल पुराना है, अगर आप किसी को क्वेश्चन ये पूछा गया तो आप बिल्कुल इसके बाद 5000 मत बोलिए, ये अनादि है, ये ग्रंथ अनादि है। लेकिन लेख रूप में जो चरक संहिता जो आया है वो उत्पन्न है, यानी पुरुष लिखित है, वो महाभारत काल से है। महाभारत काल से चरक संहिता, सुश्रुत संहिता का स्क्रिप्ट मिला है, रिटन फॉर्मेट आया है। उसके पहले आयुर्वेद हर एक के मुंह में था, हर एक के मुंह में। वक्रतुंड महाकाय कोटि सूर्य समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा, हर घर में हर एक के मुंह में ये है। क्यों है? क्योंकि ये प्रचलित है। ऐसे ही आयुर्वेद प्रचलित था और बीच में वो अप्रचलित हो गया, अभी फिर से बहुत प्रचलित हो रहा है। तो आप कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट अपने आप को कर लीजिए और अपने आप को क्लैप कर लीजिए कि यू आर इन अ एरा वेयर the year you start your practice full fledged with pure Ayurveda, in couple of years you can plan to buy an Audi car। पहले हम जब विद्यार्थी थे तो हम सोचते अरे आयुर्वेद डॉक्टर बन के क्या हम मारुति 800 भी खरीद सकते हैं या नहीं। जब तक आप बाहर आएंगे डॉक्टर बन के, तब तक 2 साल के आपके प्रैक्टिस में आप ऑडी कार डेफिनेटली ले सकते हैं। तो इतना महत्व आयुर्वेद क्षेत्र को मिल रहा है। तो थोड़ा बहुत हम आयुर्वेद के वाक्यों को पठन रूप में करेंगे ताकि आप सभी उसको दोहराइए। मैं एक वाक्य बताऊंगा, आप फिर से कीजिए, उसका महत्व हम अंत में देखेंगे, ठीक है। और अष्टांग हृदय का जो अध्याय मैंने सेलेक्ट किया है, मुझे टाइम 45 मिनट्स दिया गया है और उसमें 15 मिनट इंट्रोडक्शन के लिए गया। अभी नेक्स्ट 15-20 मिनट्स हम चैंटिंग करेंगे, जितना होगा उतना श्लोक, और उसके बाद हम थोड़ा डिस्कशन करेंगे और तब तक 45 मिनट्स खत्म हो जाएंगे। एंड ऑल द सेशंस मस्ट बी लिमिटेड टू 45 मिनट्स ओनली, because brain stops working after 45 minutes. It is called one muhurtam. बुद्धिर नाशम मुहूर्तात, एक मुहूर्त के बाद बुद्धि नाश होता है। नाश होता है ना, उसका स्थीमा निकल जाता है। तो आपको 45 मिनट्स के ही क्लास रखे जाते हैं। अगर 1 घंटे का भी है, विद्वान गुरु जो है वो पहले 5 मिनट, बाद में 10 मिनट, बीच बीच में 5 मिनट डांटने के लिए, जोक करने के लिए, क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए यूज़ करते हैं, और एक्चुअल जो स्टफ रहता है उसको 30 से 40 मिनट में ही वो डिलीवर करते हैं। ओके, राइट। तो ये जो आयुष कामीय नाम का अध्याय है, आप सभी आपके अपने अपने मोबाइल भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि मोबाइल में ग्रंथों को कैसे एक्सेस करें। आप जाइए गूगल क्रोम पे और वहाँ पे ई वाग्भट संहिता या ई अष्टांग हृदयम, ई मेल का ई, अष्टांग हृदयम, फास्ट रहना है, फास्टेस्ट ऑफ द फिंगर फास्ट। केबीसी प्ले करेंगे, कौन फास्ट है? क्या आप सभी को मिला लिंक? ई अष्टांग हृदयम, उसके ऊपर क्लिक कीजिए। नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेरिटेज मेडिसिन ऐसे कुछ आएगा, उसके ऊपर आप लिंक क्लिक कीजिए और आपको ये पेज डिस्प्ले होगा। Are you all getting? Is it open for all? Could you all open this screen and you can see this the same? तो आपको रीड करने में बहुत आसान रहेगा। Now, those who cannot read Sanskrit fast can keep their ears open and attentive, and please listen to the verbal attentions or verbal pronunciations and repeat it the same. Okay? This whole chapter is written in Anushtup Chandas. It is written in Anushtup Chandas. The meaning of Anushtup Chandas is it will be having 2 lines of 16 letters or 4 lines of 8 letters. Okay? तो हम देखेंगे। अथातः आयुष्कामीयमध्यायं व्याख्यास्यामः इति हस्माः भगवान् इति हस्माहुरात्रेयादयो महर्षयः। तो आप प्लीज रीचैंट विथ मी। अथातः आयुष्कामीयमध्यायं व्याख्यास्यामः इति स्माहुः आत्रेयादयो महर्षयः। यहाँ पे दिक्कत आ रहा है। कन्नड़ में एक कहावत है, यदि शिಳಿದ್ರೆ 3 ಅಕ್ಷರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ। ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಏನು ನೀನು ಎದೆ ಶಿಳಿದ್ರೆ 3 ಅಕ್ಷರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ? ಆ 3 ಅಕ್ಷರ ಯಾವ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ? 3 ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳು ಯಾವುವು? ನಾಚಿಕೆ, ಮಾನ, ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಅಂತ। ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ ಅಕ್ಷರ, ನೀವು ಶಬ್ದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ। ಪದೋ ವರ್ಣ ಸಮೂಹ, ಶಬ್ದ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳ ಸಮೂಹ। ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ 3 ಅಕ್ಷರ, ಆ 3 ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳು ಶ ಶ ಸ, ಶ ಶ ಸ। ಇವಾಗ ತಾನೇ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು ಹೇಗೆ ಶಬ್ದಗಳನ್ನು ಉಚ್ಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು। ಈ 3 ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಶ ಶ ಸ, ಶ ಯಾವುದು, ಶ ಯಾವುದು, ಸ ಯಾವುದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ। ಸೊ महर्षय, महर्षय ಅಲ್ಲ, महर्षय। ನಾಲ್ಗೆ ರೋಲ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಲ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಮೇಲೆ ತಾಲೂಕು ಟಚ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು। ಇತಿ ಹಸ್ಮಾಹು ಆತ್ರೇಯಾದಯೋ महर्षय। ಸೊ ಇದು ಗದ್ಯ ಸೂತ್ರವಾಗಿದೆ। ಯಾಕೆ? ಶಬ್ದಗಳ ಇಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಏನಂತ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಗದ್ಯ ಸೂತ್ರಂ। ತಿಳಿತಾ? ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಇರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಪದ್ಯ ಸೂತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ। आयुः कामयमानेन धर्मार्थसुखसाधनम् आयुर्वेदोपदेशेषु विधेयः परमादरः. Wherever the visarga comes and wherever there is sandhi, you should chant it with sandhi only when you are chanting as a padyatmakam. But for understanding, you can split. But you should know where to give the break. Without knowing wherever you are, now I want to become expert in sandhi specialist, not this sandhi specialist, sandhi of Vyakarana. Then you start splitting wherever you want. There is a chapter in Ashtanga Hridaya called Doshadi Vijnaniyam. And if you don't split it as Dosha Adi Vijnaniyam, instead which if you split Do Shadi Vijnaniyam, science of two marriage. So ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಕರಣ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡು, ಉರ್ಲ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ತದೆ, ಕೊತ್ತಂಬರಿ ಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ವ್ಯಾಕರಣ ಉರ್ಲ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಆಯುಃ ಕಾಮಯಮಾನೇನ ಧರ್ಮಾರ್ಥ ಸುಖ ಸಾಧನಂ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದೋಪದೇಶೇಷು ವಿಧೇಯಃ ಪರಮಾದರಃ. So you got it? Without seeing, can you chant it without seeing the screen? Could you recollect the shabda in between? That is where the importance lies. If you can chant a simple shloka repeatedly, then your eye need not look into that script. And automatically, without your knowledge, the shabda flow, shabda vahana takes place. That's why I said, doshas are always in sanchari avastha, movements. If the movement is lost, that is vyadhis tatropajayate. So it should be always in a flow. You should keep chanting the words. So next few shlokas we'll see and then we'll discuss. Brahma smrutva yusho vedam. इसको यहाँ पे जो है ब्रह्मा स्मृत्वा आयुषो वेदम, लेकिन बोलते वक्त उसको कंटिन्यूअसली बोलना है कि ब्रह्मा स्मृत्वा आयुषो वेदम. पता चल रहा है? क्योंकि वहां पे महाप्राण का प्रयोग है और केवल एक महाप्राण नहीं है, ब्रह्मा स्मृत्वा इत्येव महाप्राणः, परंतु उसके लिए एडिशन टू वहां पे अनुस्वार दिया है, तो उसको डबल मात्रा में यानी 2 गुना बोलना पड़ेगा. तो ब्रह्मा स्मृत्वा युषो वेदम प्रजापतिमजिग्रहात् सोऽश्विनौ तौ सहस्राक्षम. सो अश्विनौ ये पदच्छेद करते वक्त बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन चांट करते पठन करते वक्त सोऽश्विनौ तौ सहस्राक्षम सोत्रिपुत्रादिकान् मुनीन्. तो you can find multiple mahaprana after one or the other words in first few shlokas. It's the way that how the grantha is written to make the scholar know that how he should chant and remember. When a student knows that how to split the shabda and chant, his memory, recollection, smriti, long-term memory, short-term memory, everything gets focused. If not, then you will read and you will forget. जिस वाक्य को आप रिपीटेडली बोलते हैं, रिपीटेडली दोहराते हैं, तो उससे स्मृति ऑलवेज रहता है. स्मृति ही तत्परम यद्यपि पुनराभ्यासम वर्तते. अभ्यास शब्द का अर्थ सतत क्रिया है. आप लोग कहते हैं ना, क्या कर रहे हो? मैं अभ्यास कर रहा हूं. अभ्यास शब्द का अर्थ सतत क्रिया है, पुनः पुनः उसको उच्चारण करना है, उसको अभ्यास कहते हैं. कहाँ तक करना है? जिंदगी भर करना है, जिंदगी भर करना है. क्योंकि एक एक वाक्य आप जितना जितना आयुर्वेद ग्रंथ चैप्टर्स को विषयों को जानते जाएंगे तो एक एक शब्द पर आप अनेक विषय लिख सकते हैं, अनेक विषय आप एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए एक टीकाकार व्याख्यानकार ने कहा है कि प्रत्यक्षरम प्रतिपदम अनेकाकूत गर्भित प्रतिभाति सुधा थापि ग्रंथाल्पत्वायनोच्यते। प्रत्येक अक्षर, प्रत्येक पद और प्रत्येक वाक्य आयुर्वेद में जहां जहां भी बताया है उसके अनेकाकूत गर्भिता, उसके गर्भ में बहुत अर्थ है, लेकिन ग्रंथ निर्माण करने का एक विधि है कि इसको अति विस्तार भी नहीं करना है, ना ही इसको अति संक्षेप भी करना है। इस कारण ग्रंथकार या विवेचनकार उसको एलॉबरेटली लिखते नहीं हैं, उसके रिलेटेड वाक्य आगे मिलेगा। देखिए यहाँ पे जो वाक्य है ये इसी विषय को बताता है। तेभ्यो अति विप्रकीर्णेभ्यः, तेभ्यो अति विप्रकीर्णेभ्यः। अकार उच्चार नहीं करना है। तेभ्यः अति विप्रकीर्णेभ्यः ये पदच्छेद है, लेकिन पठन करते वक्त तेभ्यो अति विप्रकीर्णेभ्यः प्रायः सारतरोच्चयः क्रियतेष्टांग हृदयम् नाति संक्षेप विस्तरम। इसका महत्व क्या है पता है? अभी मैंने बताया ना, अष्टांग हृदय बहुत विषय गंभीरता से है, लेकिन ग्रंथ लिखने का एक नियम है कि वो नियम हम क्रॉस नहीं करना चाहिए, हमें क्रॉस नहीं करना चाहिए। आगे अगर आप कोई कुछ लिखने वाले हैं, विषय को कंसाइज प्रिसाइज लिखना है। इसका मतलब ऐसे नहीं कि शब्द को अपूर्ण रखे और विषय समझ में ही ना आए। विषय को समझाना है, लेकिन उसका शब्द अनेक नहीं लेना है। इसी वाक्य को अभी मॉडर्न रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिकेशन में ऐड किया गया है। बी स्पेसिफिक टू द पॉइंट एंड राइट इन मिनिमल पॉसिबल वर्ड्स। अथॉरिटी गुरुजन यहाँ पे है उसके ऊपर बोलने वाले अन्य क्षेत्र में। तो ये जो विषय ग्रंथकार ने बताया था तभी इसी को अभी हमने अडॉप्ट किया है। यू सी एनी जर्नल्स, दे हैव वेरी स्पेसिफिक point to the point answers or to the point concepts written as a manuscripts. Okay, so repeat करेंगे। तेभ्योति विप्रकीर्णेभ्यः, अकार उच्चार नहीं करना है। तेभ्योति विप्रकीर्णेभ्यः प्रायः सारतरोच्चयः क्रियतेष्टांग हृदयम् नाति संक्षेप विस्तरम। न अति संक्षेपम न अति विस्तरम, ऐसे अष्टांग हृदय को लिखा है जो प्रायः सारों से भी उच्च है। सार उच्च यानी सार, सागर से भी बहुत उच्च सार उसमें है। सार इज एन एसेंस, सार को एसेंस कहा है। आयुर्वेद क्षेत्र के इस ग्रंथ में बहुत कुछ विषय हैं, लेकिन उनका सार अत्यंत उच्च है। अति उच्च को ही यहाँ पे यूज किया गया है। ये अ उ म अक्षर के संबंध से एकमात्र उत्पन्न होता है, उसका नाम है ओम। अत्युच्चत्वेन मितत्वात् इति ओम। ओमकार को महत्व क्यों दिया गया है? क्योंकि ओमकार अति उच्च है, लेकिन पद में अत्यंत मित है। समझ में आ रहा है? ओम, ये जो एक अक्षर हम देखते हैं ओम, ये 3 अक्षरों का समूह है। ये अक्षर नहीं है, ओम ये शब्द है, इसीलिए इसको प्रणव शब्द कहते हैं। अनन्तमात्रान्तमुदाहरन्ति यं त्रिमात्रपूर्वं प्रणवोच्चयं बुधा तदा भवद्भावी चतुर्मुखाकृतिर्जपाधिकारी यतिरस्य सूचितः। ये जप करने के लिए योग्यता चाहिए, ऐसे योग्य व्यक्ति के लिए बताया गया है। ओम 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 जप करते हैं, लेकिन बाकी हम जैसे व्यक्ति के लिए ओमकार जप के लिए योग्य नहीं है। हमारे लिए यानी हम योग्यवान नहीं है कि ओमकार को जप करें। ओमकार तो अत्यंत योग्यवान है, ओमकार जप करने की क्षमता हम में नहीं है, इसलिए हमको वो जप में नहीं लाना है। तो पता चला कैसे ग्रंथों को लिया जाए। हाउ मच टाइम डू आई हैव? हाउ मच टाइम? 10 minutes? We should stop, right? So we'll done. We'll just finish 7 shlokas at least, so that Saptaratra is done. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. ये जो वाक्य है ग्रंथ के, इस वाक्य अत्यंत महत्व का फिर से है। इफ यू आर नोइंग दिस, इफ यू हैव बाय हार्टेड दिस एंड इफ यू नो दिस, you can explain the 8 branches of Ayurveda. If I tell you to remember 8 branches, Kaya, Bala, Graha Chikitsa, Urdhva Chikitsa, Shalya Chikitsa, Damshra Chikitsa, then you will not be able to remember. Just remember this shloka and your all 8 branches are clear. देखिए यहाँ पे ये जो वाक्य है ये समस्त पद है, इसमें भेद नहीं है, तो कहीं आपको रुकना नहीं चाहिए। ऊपर का वाक्य कंटिन्यूअस बोलना है। कैसे? काय बाल ग्रहोर्द्वांग शल्य दंष्ट्रा जरा वृषान। समझ में आ रहा है? ब्रेक नहीं है। और मूल संस्कृत भाषा में कॉमा, फुल स्टॉप, अल्पविराम, महाप्राण ये सभी नहीं है, केवल शब्द से ही हमको जानना पड़ता है। काय पहले हम थोड़ा स्प्लिट करके पढ़ेंगे, बाद में कंटिन्यूअस पढ़ेंगे। काय बाल ग्रहोर्ध्वांग शल्य दंष्ट्रा जरा वृषान अष्टावंगानि तस्याहुः चिकित्सायेषु संश्रिता। So you are familiar with the words? Now read it without break. काय बाल ग्रहोर्ध्वांग शल्य दंष्ट्रा जरा वृषान। Excellent. अष्टावंगानि तस्याहुश्चिकित्सायेषु संश्रिता। Excellent. So last verse and we are concluding. वायुः पित्तं कफश्चेति त्रयो दोषाः समासतः। ये जो वाक्य था मैंने आपको बताया था, जब आयुर्वेद में एंट्री होंगे तो 3 शब्द ऑलवेज सुनाई पड़ते हैं, वो है वायु, पित्तम, कफम। स्टूडेंट में जहां देखो वहां वात, पित्त, कफ। बहुत पेड़ हिल रहा है तो वायु बढ़ गया है, पेड़ हिल ही नहीं रहा है तो कफ बढ़ गया है। पेड़ बहुत हॉट है, उसके नीचे ठंडी हवा नहीं है तो वो पित्त बढ़ गया है। ऐसे ट्रांसलेट करते जाते हैं। तो ये महत्व का श्लोक है। ये जो 3 दोष समासतः यानी कलेक्टिवली आयुर्वेद में 3 दोष है और 3 ही है। तो इसके लिए वायु पित्तम कफश्चेति त्रयो दोषाः समासतः। इसके आगे जो वाक्य है उसके सपोर्टिव है। विकृता विकृता देहम घ्नन्ति ते वर्तयन्ति च। ये क्या बता रहा है? वायु, पित्त और कफ ये 3 दोष देह में है। इनकी विकृति और अविकृति, विकृति यानी इनमें डिस्टरबेंस होना या इनका नॉर्मल सी बनाए रखना। जब ये नॉर्मल सी बनाए रखता है तो देह को वर्तन करता है, देह को प्रवर्तन करता है। और जब ये विकृत हो जाता है, स्पॉइल्ड होता है, तो वो क्या करेगा? घ्नन्ति, देह को छिन्न करेगा, यानी देह को रोग निर्माण करेगा। तो यहाँ पे हम रुकेंगे or I'm very, very thankful to the organizer, Dr. Ahalya Sharma Madam, Dr. Ellen Shanai Sir, and Karnataka Samskrita University and Sarkari Ayurveda Samshodhana Kendra Mysuru, and all of you for patient listening. And I'm thankful to Dr. Anand Katti Sir for suggesting my name to this event. And I am here before you to answer if you have any queries. Thank you one and all.
संस्कृतस्य पठनं ध्वन्याङ्गानां विकसनं ध्वन्याङ्गानां विकसनं नराणां जागरणं जागरणात् बुद्धेः विकसनं बुद्धेः विकसनात् मनश्शरीरस्वास्थ्यं भवति. Right, so this is the importance of the chanting of Samskrita. So just imagine how if we Sanskrit the Ayurveda Samhita shlokas, what effect we would have on our body and mind. So उत्तमरूपेण एतावत् पर्यन्तं सर्वाणाम् उद्दिश्य संहिताया पठनस्य महत्त्वं कथितवभ्यः डॉक्टर सौरभ के कोक्कत्तनूर महाभागेभ्यः धन्यवादं समर्पयामि. So by this I request Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Shanai sir to felicitate sir on behalf of Government Ayurveda Research Center Mysore and Karnataka Samskrita University Bangalore. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And you had a good practical experience of chanting the shlokas, right? And you can understand how to practice it. Clap. Come on, let's go. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving the practical experience of chanting the shlokas. We have a tea break now for just for 10 minutes. I request all of you to have a tea. Yeah, please come and assemble here. I think we don't have to call you. You have to come by yourself. And you are all Ayurveda students. Keep up the timing. Thank you.
So coffee is there?
Start the session 3 of today's workshop on Samhita, that is Ayurveda Samskrtotsava, organized by Karnataka Samskrita University, Bangalore and Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysore. So I hereby take the privilege to welcome Professor Dr. Shivani V., Dean, Faculty of Shastra Studies, Karnataka Samskrita University, Bengaluru. So she is an expert in Vyakarna and motivating and student-friendly, ma'am. So I really welcome you for this session today of the topic of Ayur Samskritam. So over to you, ma'am, please.
Hari Om, Sarvesham Namaskaraha. At the outset, I thank Dr. Ahalya Madam, Vice Chancellor of Karnataka Samskrita University and Ayurveda Research Center, Mysore, for giving such opportunity for reconnecting Sanskrit with Ayurveda. So, I'm introducing one tool, Ayush Samskritam, for connecting Ayurveda with Sanskrit. Namami Dhanvantari Madidevam Surasurer Vandita Padapatmam Loke Jararubhaya Mrityunasam Dhataramesham Vividhaushadhinam Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacham Malam Sharirasya Cha Vaidyakena Yopakarottam Pravaram Muninam Patanjalim Pranjali Anatasmi. So you all are Ayurveda students, right? Do you have any background in Sanskrit? No. Then how do you read texts? Ashtanga Hridayam, Charaka Samhita. Are you reading? No. No. You are freshers. Classes are not yet started. No. You have Ashtanga Hridayam, Charaka Samhita and all? No. You don't need. Do you have translation of Ashtanga Hridayam? Do you have translation of Ashtanga Hridayam? Yes, you have. English translation or Kannada? Do you know Ashtanga Hridayam? Charaka Samhita? You know, you need know those texts. Why? Why do you need Ashtanga Hridayam? Have you heard about Ashtanga Hridayam? Yes or no? Yes. Why do you need Ashtanga Hridayam? You don't know. No. All are freshers or senior students are there? You are seniors. Have you read Ashtanga Hridayam? In Sanskrit or English? Sanskrit and English. So in your Ayurveda college, the Ashtanga Hridayam is taught through Sanskrit or English? Sanskrit. Very good. Absolutely new. Okay. Yeah. So I was listening to Dr. Anant ji's lecture actually. He was explaining why do you need Sanskrit. Okay. So here I am going to present how to connect Sanskrit with Ayurveda. So you all know you need Sanskrit because all Shastric texts, not only Ayurveda, Rasayanam, all Shastric texts are written in Sanskrit. So even if you read, even if you use translations, you definitely need Sanskrit for reading and understanding exact meaning of Shastra text, means Ayurveda text. So you know that India had a great medical legacy in Ayurveda. We had Ayurveda through Sanskrit, not through English or not through any other language. Okay. And so, and also you know that traditional stream of knowledge coming down from generations to generation through Sanskrit medium. Actually, first it was oral tradition. From mouth to mouth, no, generation to generation, Ayurveda was transmitted through Samskritam actually. That's why it is till it is protected. Because Samskrita, sir today well said, sir has well said, that Samskrita, no changes in Sanskritam, no changes in pronunciation, no changes. That's why that still we have Ashtanga Hridayam, Charaka Samhita, and other Shastric texts. So what is the current status? This is the status. Okay, what is the current status? Most of the Ayurveda students enter into the stream without any background of Sanskrit. Okay, do you have any background of Sanskrit? No. Now what is your position? You have to learn Ayurveda as well as Sanskrit language. Okay, so you have to study two streams. One is Ayurveda and another one is language, Sanskrit. So English, obviously you are now, you are reading a lot, that's why English language you know. And mother tongue, Kannada you know. But Sanskrit is altogether a new language for you, right? Even if Sanskrit is our traditional language, but for you it is a new language to learn. So you have to learn two streams. One is Ayurveda and another one is Sanskrit language. Am I correct? So you are finding difficulty in learning Ayurveda through Sanskrit because you don't have any background in Sanskrit, right? So for reading original text, it is a barrier that you don't have knowledge of Sanskrit language, right? That's why you are depending on translations. So if you want to exactly real original Ayurvedic text, if you want to understand, you need Sanskrit. So that you all agree with me. And without Sanskrit, we can't understand the terminology of Ayurveda properly. You know, see, for any Shastra, you take even Vyakarana. If you take Vyakarana guna means, what is guna? Quality is guna, right? He is a gunavan, means he is quality, he has qualities. But in Vyakarana, guna means 3 letters. Adeng guna. Okay. For Tarka Sangraha, when you study Nyaya, guna means 24 gunas. Rupa, Rasa, Gandha, Sparsha. So it means some technical language is different from normal language. Okay. Shastra Bhasha. Sanskritam is not just mere language. Sanskritam is a Shastra Bhasha. Shastram, what is a Shastram? What is Shastram? Science. Ayurveda is a science, right? So, Sanskrit is a Shastra Bhasha. Shastra Bhasha of Vyakarana Shastra, Bhasha of Nyaya Shastra, chemistry, physics, and medical, means Ayurveda. So, if we see what is taught in Ayurveda colleges and how it is taught. Now, what is that teaching methodology of Ayurveda college right now? How do you learn Sanskrit? See, you have Laghu Siddhanta Kaumudi. You see your syllabus. You have Laghu Siddhanta Kaumudi, you have Raghuvamsha Kavyam, and you have some other Kavyas, right? Do you have or not? No, you don't have. What is there in your syllabus, sir? Laghu Siddhanta Kaumudi is there. Then what else is there? Anuvada Chandrika, Laghu Siddhanta Kaumudi. See, grammar and literature. And also even teachers use translation methods to teach Ayurveda. They also don't, in most of the Ayurveda colleges, teachers are not teaching through Sanskrit, or they don't teach word to word. Okay, Samskritam, word to word. So, and no connection between content and language. See, if you see Ayurveda and yoga also. See, yoga, you can see everywhere yoga centers are there, but nowhere Yoga Sutra is taught. Okay, nowhere Yoga Sutra is taught. So, yoga theory and practical, both are too different. Okay, so this went away from theories, Yoga Sutras. Like that, Ayurveda content and language. Actually, language is also most important for understanding the content. But if you see the Ayurveda colleges, this content and the language are language is gone away from the content. So, due to the lack of proper teaching of Sanskrit, now the language presents a barrier. Actually, Sanskrit language is an efficient tool for learning any Shastra. But now that becomes a barrier rather an efficient tool. So, do we have any solution? So, actually, how to learn a language? So, now you know learning Sanskrit language is very, very essential for an Ayurveda student, right? Do you agree? Because all Sanskrit texts are in Sanskrit, and why you are not focusing on Sanskrit? Because for learning a new language, it takes lot of time. Even we are taking years and years to learn Vyakarana Shastra and other Shastras. And for you, it's difficult because you have to focus on medical part as well as language part. So you find this a barrier, that's why you depend on translations, right? So we have to see how to learn a language and how to teach a language. So it's a two-way. Not only learning, teaching is also important. Okay, students to know how to learn a language, and teachers also should know how to teach a language. See, for learning, language cannot be taught. You know, see, Ayurveda can be taught. Chemistry can be taught. But language, even Kannada, even I'm a Keralite, Malayalam. See, for Malayalam, I never learned by books, okay? So, by birth, no, we just listen, we connect. So, like that, we learn languages. Language cannot be taught. Then what we have to do is we have to create the environment to learn the language. Only through environment. See, how do you learn English? Because, no, see, if you open TV, if you open Facebook, if you open your mobile, everything is in English. Okay, so automatically we learn English language, at least for communication. So, and also, see, we have to create the environment for learning languages. And see, textbooks are, see, for me, if you ask, being a teacher, I say, textbooks are meant for teachers, not for students. Okay. Seriously, see, if you see IIM and all, they don't teach textbooks. They don't teach. They give lectures. They give instances. Then they ask, no, teacher prepares well. Teachers read texts and they prepare themselves. Then they come to class. They give case studies. Okay. By case studies, you have to learn. And they will give the reading materials to you. And you have to read a lot and you have to get new ideas. That is the system. Even in our tradition, okay, Guru Shishya tradition, it was like that. Guru was not using, he was not reading the text and explaining. So, how to teach a language? So, this is a very interesting sloka. Te eva pada sanghata staye vartha vibhutayaha tadhapi navya bhavati kaksha kathana kaushalat. See, for years, if you see, you are not teaching anything new. Ayurveda Ashtanga Hridaya is same, no? Same. But how it differs? How do you feel someone's teaching is unique? Because Kadhana Kaushala, how to teach? Teaching is an art. Okay, so how to present? That is an art. So teaching, so what to teach means, it's not, see, for teaching a language, we should not teach just Ramaha, Ramo, Ramaha. We have to teach the structure of a language. Structure of a language. See, when I came from Kerala to Karnataka, just I didn't know Kannada actually. Now at least I can manage. Because when I listen, I know Vyakarana, grammar of Sanskrit. When I listen to Kannada, I connect the structure. Okay, who is Karta, who is Karma, then I connect and I get the Vibhaktis. And when I get the structure of a language, I can easily catch the language. So what to teach is, we have to teach the structure of language. and understanding the techniques. How does it work? Okay, now if you talk me this Dharwad Kannada, I can understand. Because no, just I got the structure and techniques of Kannada language, so now I can understand. So some vocabulary is less. I may know, I need to think. See now, sir has given me a form to fill. I can read, but I'll take time. But if you say, talk to me, I'll connect and I'll get it. So we have to learn and we have to teach the structure of the language, and we have to understand the technique of a language, not just Ramaha, Ramo, Ramaha. See, I'm a Sanskrit scholar, but I'm not denying. Okay, that is also we need. But for you, because your mainstream is Ayurveda, so we have to think what we have to teach to you. So, for example, Panini. See, Panini. Do you know Panini? Who is Panini? Who is Panini? You haven't heard about Panini. Panini is the first linguist. Okay, first linguist. He has written the grammar of Sanskrit or universal grammar, Ashtadhyayi. Okay, so what he did know, he saw the entire language. Then he understood the structure and techniques of the language. Then he represented in sutras. Within very few sutras, he could cover entire rules of Sanskrit. And that is applicable to any other language. It's a universal grammar. So Panini has given universal grammar. Okay, so for understanding or for teaching a language, we need to understand the structure of the language and also technique of the language. Do you agree with me? But because you are beginners, so you'll get it after some time. See, how do we teach now? Even in Sanskrit universities, in Sanskrit colleges, Ayurveda college, how do we teach? Even you see from the beginning, no? A, I, E, U, U. We learn, no? Even Kannada, how do we learn in schools? A, E, U, U. Then A, Amma. A, Amma, E. Even English also, E, elephant. Right? Next Padam. So Varna, then Padam, then Vakyam. Balaha Vidyalayam Gachati. Actually, for children that is fine. But for you, adult, actually you have to have a reverse methodology. Means you have to have a sentence or a verse, then you have to understand the structure, then you have to, from the sentence you have to come to pada, then word. Otherwise, no, see, everywhere, Ramaha, Ramo, Ramaha, starting with Ramaha, Ramo, Ramaha, Ramam, Ramo, Raman, like that. Okay, so this is the pathati we follow. See, for Ayurveda students, whether we have to follow the same method or we have to change the teaching methodology. That is the question we have to address right now. So what I propose is, so from Varna, Pada, Vakya to Vakyam, Padam, Varna. From first we have to understand the structure, then slowly we have to come down to Pada, then Varna. So we have a traditional method. We have a traditional method to teach Sanskrit. Okay, so if the teachers of Ayurveda follow this method, you can easily learn Sanskrit as much you need to learn. So Padachedaha Padarthoktihi Vigraho Vakyayojana Akshepascha Samadhanam Vyakhyanam Shadvidham Matam. Means if you want to understand any text, you need to follow these three. There also, first four things are very, very important. Okay. See, for example, Padachedaha. Padachedaha, this is your text only. Ragadi Rogan Satatanushaktan Ashesha Kaya Prasrutan Asheshan Outsukya Moharati Dan Jaghana Yo Apurva Vaidyaya Namostu Tasmai. So when you see this sloka, you feel, what is this? Okay, what is this? How to understand this? This is something special language like this, no? So first what you have to do is, first you have to split into words. That is Padacheda. You can see two kinds of this you can see. One is Ragadi Rogan, Satatanu Shaktan, Ashesha Kaya Prasrutan plus Asheshan. Means two words are together. Okay, this is called sandhi. Sandhi. So two kinds of sandhi I have shown here. One is external sandhi, that is aseshakaya prasritan aseshan, between two words. Okay, sandhi between two words, that is called external sandhi. And here you see raga adi rogan, that is one single word. So I have used hyphen, that means that is an internal sandhi. Sandhi within a word. And padarthoktihi, so you know this, ragadi rogan means ragadveshadi rogan. This is the word to word meaning, that is padarthoktihi. For understanding any, even you see in English words, for understanding you have to know the meaning of the word. You need dictionaries or koshas. And vigraha, padarthoktihi, vigraha means explanation of the same word. See, for example, ragadi rogan. How do you understand ragadi rogan? Ragaha adau yesham te ragadayaha. Ragadayascha te rogaha ragadi rogaha. By through explanation, you will understand the words. See. This is Vakya Yojana Annoyaha. I think Dr. Sri Harsha will be explaining this Annoya later. So this is Vakya Yojana, means Annoyaha. You can see different colors. Okay, Jakhana, Kaha, Yaha, someone. Okay, so how to understand the words? So this is Yaha. Kan means Ragadi Rogan. All these are adjectives in same color. These are adjectives. See why I am showing this? I am just going to show you a tool, a helping tool. See, how to teach language. Not only language, anything. It should be akarshakam. Akarshakam nama attractive. It should be attractive. And swadhyaya. So you should be able to do your own studies. And also creative. Creative, you see, someone comes and just reads and translates and goes. Will you like? No. It should be something creative. Okay, creative. And nowadays, you can see learning is anytime learning. If you open Google or YouTube, whatever you want, you will get. Even ChatGPT, you give just a sentence, it will write an article. Okay, so anytime, anywhere, any dimensions, any quantity. That is national education policy. Okay, so I want to show you one tool. The Department of Vyakarana, Karnataka Samskriti University has developed a tool for learning Sanskrit for Ayurveda students. Okay, so what happens now? See, you have to study both Sanskrit as well as Ayurveda. So how much Sanskritam you need for studying Ayurveda? Whether you need entire Siddhanta Kaumudi or Leghu Siddhanta Kaumudi, or you need entire Raghuvamsham, Kavyas, Anuvada Chandrika, you need Sanskrit just for studying and understanding Ayurveda. What do you need? Actually speaking, you need to study Samskrita for Ayurveda, not entire. If you are interested to learn Sanskrit, well and good. Okay, you can learn Kavyas, you can learn Leghu Siddhanta Kaumudi and all. But for Ayurveda students or any Shastra students, see, from chemistry, some chemist wants to know what is there in Samskritam. What is the chemistry in Samskritam? Okay, what is available? Then he need not study entire Ramayana. He need not study entire Mahabharata. He has to study the Sanskrit for chemistry, Rasayana Shastra. Like that, you have to study Samskritam for technical Samskritam for Ayurveda. Okay, then see, you need not, but no, the minimum grammar. Grammar means what kind of grammar you have to study, that we have to, actually Sanskrit scholars have to think. And we have to come up with a courseware or some helping tool for you to learn Sanskrit for whatever needed for studying Ayurveda. Then you need not only depend on translations, and you can study Sanskrit Ashtanga Hridayam, Charaka Samhita and all by your own, and also you can unearth many manuscripts available right now. But not at all. People, even now, we don't know what all are available in manuscripts. Even Samskrita scholars cannot edit Ayurveda manuscripts because we need Ayurveda knowledge also. But you can do if you are equipped with Sanskrit also. That's why we have a proposal, Ayush Samskritam. Can you please, excuse me, can you please go to this? This Sambhasha. Google. No, Google. Next. That's right. Google. Google. Go to Google. Here, no? Here. So, this is Sambhasha. Sambhasha is a web page. We have under the Department of Vyakarana, we have a team working on Sanskrit Computational Linguistics, means application of Sanskrit on computers and vice versa. So we have many tools, we have developed many tools under Sambhasha. Sambhasha means Samvadaha, or Sanganaka Bhasha means language of computer, or Samskrita Bhasha, so you can interpret in many ways. This is here, if you go to projects, we have many projects, students projects as well as major projects from ministry, government also. So here, okay. Sorry, see, we have many learning tools and many research tools available here under some projects. You can see sometime. So this is Ayush Samskritam. Ayush Samskritam, you can see this, many options are there. So these are the text moolam and Sandhi split text is available. And also you can go to Ayush Samskritam. Okay. So you go to Sutrasthanam. This is the first chapter. Here you can go to, see, this is the sloka, 111, Ragadi, Rogan, etc. This is the first sloka. And you can see the Padachhedaha. So this is the Padachheda, means split into words. And if you see Ragadi, Rogan, some different color is there, no? This is called Samasa. Samasa means compound words. You see, for example, mango tree in English. What is mango tree? What is a mango tree? You explain mango tree. Explain, what is mango tree? The tree which gives or which produces mango, no? That is a compound word. Mango tree is a compound word. Okay. So like that is called Samasa, compound. So this is also compound word, Ragadi, Rogan, Satatanu, Shaktan. So if you click on Ragadi, Rogan, see, this is the, automatically, if you give any text, this will be shown. So Ragadi, Rogan is a Samasa, Raga, Adi and two words together. Okay, it will go to the micro level. Raga, Adi and the Vigraha. Vigraha means explanation. What is the meaning? By reading this, see, if you have a little bit understanding of Sanskrit, you will understand this. Okay. And also, if you want to learn more grammatical grammar informations, see, you click on plus. This is the sutra, Vyakarana Sutra, and rule involved within the word. Autsukya Moharatidan plus Jakhana. Okay. So this is automatically you are getting. So if you give any text, you will get this. Okay. So this is, see, when you read original Sanskrit text, this will help you to understand the grammar part and also for understanding the text. And also you see the Anvaya, if you click here, you get the relations. Relations means what? See, for example, Ram goes to school. Ram goes to school. So we have now the Kriya Pada. What is the Kriya Pada? Goes. Who is going? Ram. Ram is the Karta. Okay. Where he is going? School. So that is the connection we establish within the words. That is the connection it is showing. And also Visheshana, Viraha, Ramaha, like that. All these are automatic. So this is open for you. This is open for everyone. You can go to sambhasha.kcu.ac.in. So this is available for public. And also, see, we are working on it actually. If you go to word inflection, so many words, see, akaradikrama, this is there. If you click on any letter, so words involved in Ashtanga Hridaya, words are given. So the list of words are given. So with this N means, see, Adhishtanam is Namapada. Okay. So Anusarati is a verb. V means verb. V is verb. Anusarati is a verb. And Adhishtanam is noun. See, if you go to Agni, Agneha. The forms, no? 7 forms. First case, second case, third case, all will be available. And also for practicing, if you go down, here you can give the, you can take any word and you can practice with this. If it is correct, this will go to next. If it is wrong, this will show it is wrong. And it will show the current one. I cannot show you now because I don't have access to this laptop. So after going back, you can just see this. Okay. And also see, so word inflection, and here also see Sutrasthanam. Moolam means this original text. Okay, original text is available. And also Sandhi split means, see, this is split into words. This is also available. And Ashtanga Hridaya editions, and very important thing is statistics. See what we are doing here in Ashtanga Hridayam. So we are analyzing the entire text and making the statistics. Based on the statistics, we are preparing the courseware. Okay, you can see the statistics, sutras, adhyayas and all, and you can see Akaranta Pullinga Shabdas. So how many Akaranta Pullinga Shabda? Akaranta means Rama, ends with A. Deva, ends with A. How many Akaranta Pullinga Shabdas are there? How many Ikaranta Pullinga Shabdas are there? So by this, what you can do, no? See, Dakaranta Pullingas only 2. So you can avoid that. You need not study entire Rupa Chandrika. Rupa Chandrika means Rama Ramo, Rama, Hari Hari, Hari, Guru Guru, Guru. Entire thing you need not study. So for Ashtanga Hridaya, you have to focus on this. First, most importance you have to give to Akaranta Pullinga, and next Akaranta Napumsakalinga and Akaranta Strilinga. If you focus on these 3 or 4, then you can read, you can understand the inflections of Sanskrit, of Ashtanga Hridaya words. And also, see, Sandhi also, Sandhi. See, Visarga Sandhi, you can see Visarga Sandhi, see, most used Sandhi is Visarga Sandhi. So if you study Visarga Sandhi properly, that also few instances, not all the instances. then that much is enough. You need not study entire Siddhanta Kaumudi. You need not study all 4,000 sutras. Okay, you have to study how much ever you need for reading Ashtanga Hridayam. So if we analyze Ashtanga Hridayam, Charaka Samhita, and very important text like this, and we provide the statistics and a course where within 3 to 6 months you can learn Sanskrit how much ever you need. Are you getting? Okay, so by using this, now what we have to do is, we have to change the syllabi. We have to change the syllabus that, see, we have to create courseware, textbooks. We have to create textbooks that is useful for just particularly Ayurveda domain. Okay, domain specific. If you see Vyakarana, we have Vyakarana text, just domain specific text. For example, Siddhanta Kaumudi, Bhushana Saraha, and all just they are focusing on Vyakarana. Like that, we have to have Sanskrit text focusing on Ayurveda, Sanskrit text focusing on Rasayanam, Sanskrit text focusing on Sangeeta Ratnakara, okay, and Natya Shastram, like that, domain specific, adhava Shastra specific Sanskrit text should be available. That is our duty to do that. Sanskrit scholars have to produce such texts that will be useful for a particular Shastra students to learn their own Shastra. Do you agree with me? Okay, because you need not study. If you are interested, very good. You just learn Siddhanta Kaumudi completely, or Rekhuvamsha, Malavika Mitra, and all. You have to learn. You must read. But for learning Ashtanga Hridaya and Charaka Samhita and all, you need the Samskritam involved in Ashtanga Hridaya or Charaka Samhita. So this is based on the statistics of this. We made a courseware where you need not study entire Sandhi. So we focus on Visarga Sandhi. Now if you see Laghu Siddhanta Kaumudi, first they are focusing on Ach Sandhi. But we don't focus on Ach Sandhi. Based on the statistics, we first focus on Visarga Sandhi. That is very much useful for learning Ashtanga Hridaya. See, like that you can see Samasa. Actually, Dvanda Samasa is more. See here, all these Madhyapadalopa and all these Samasas you need not study. So you can limit your Sanskrit studies according to your Ayurveda text. Okay, so I'll go back to my presentation. Sir, next. So we are using all these Sandhi splitter, morphological analyzer, all these tools are available now. Morphological analyzer for analyzing the words. See, we will, if sometime, when time permits, we will see later. So many tools are available to learn Sanskritam. Okay, many for analyzing Sanskrita words. For example, morphological analyzer. Morphological analyzer analyzes a word and give you the output. Like that, we are using this. So this I talked about this one. Okay. So I conclude here. See, Ayurveda is the future of India. See, like yoga, now yoga is everywhere. No, if you go to in any foreign country, anywhere in nook and corner of everywhere, no, in India and out, we have yoga classes. Even see gyms, cult fit. You can have yoga there, because yoga became the integral part of our life. But Ayurveda was also like that. Now we have to, it is our duty to bring Ayurveda everywhere, but that is only possible through Samskritam. Okay, so without Sanskritam, Ayurveda studies, I think it's not very effective. So we have to reconnect. Now this connection is broken. Now we have to reconnect Ayurveda with Sanskrit. Now fortunately, now you might have heard that now Sanskrit students also can study Ayurveda. After now there is no ministry, you might have read. So ministry is also now approving this, after 10th class. So 3 classes, 8th, 9th, 10th, if students study Sanskritam, they can directly go to Ayurveda studies. So yoga being the central attraction for the globe towards India, Ayurveda can play a very vital role in shaping the project Make in India. Okay, because see, you can see Patanjali, they are also through yoga and Ayurveda. Okay, they are famous because of Ayurveda and yoga together. So it is high time to explore the easy and best methods for disseminating the knowledge that remains inaccessible to the students and researchers in Ayurveda. That's why now this is, so I thank Dr. Ahalya Madam for reconnecting the Sanskrit and Ayurveda. After coming over here, she has conducted many programs here to connect Ayurveda and Sanskrit, because this should go together. That's why she is trying hard to make it happen. So we had many programs like this. Okay. So our research team, so we are working on this, and now recently we have, we got one more project, Samayogi. Samayogi means Samskritam, Yoga and Ayurveda. Samskritam, Ayurveda and Yoga. Yogi, E for e-learning. Samayogi, we got a project, and we are working like this for Ayurveda and yoga texts also. So we want to reconnect yoga theory with yoga practicals. So we are working on that, and also this is a model for all Shastric texts actually. We have to work on all Shastric texts, Rasayana Shastra, Sangeeta Shastra, Natya Shastra and all. So by that, there's no Samskrita, Natya Shastra people or Shastra people also can, modern science, modern scientists also can read ancient texts and understand and interpret this. And also we can work on many manuscripts. So far it's not unearthed. So the research team is Professor Srinivasa Varkedi. Sir, he is the Vice Chancellor of Central Samskrita University. He is under his guidance, we are working on this. And me and Dr. Shivaja S. Nair. So she is Assistant Professor Sri Shankaracharya University. She is also working on this. And Sri Chaitanya, he is a research scholar here. He is looking up the technical part. So this tool is, Dhanyavada. This tool is open for you all. You just please explore and give suggestions. This is not the end actually, this is the beginning. So we will add, we will connect the koshas. Morning, sir has said, we need koshas. We'll connect the koshas with each and every word. Okay, we will give morphological analysis. And also we give many more options for, and English translations. We give and Kannada and regional languages also. So we are going to add many such options here, and you also can work with us if you want to work on some Ashtanga Hridaya or Charaka Samhita and all, and if you want to learn more Sanskrit and explore this, you please visit us, please contact us, and also this is open and free. It is under GPL, so you can anyone can access this. This is under Karnataka Samskrita University. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
So it was a wonderful session, right? Samskrita Bhasha Jnanena Ayurveda Jnanasya Patanam Sulabham Samyak Nirdishta Artham Cha Jnana Uddeepanam Bhavati. Sulabham Bhavati. To tavat etavat paryantam uttama rupena sarvan uddishya Samskrita Patanasya Mahatvam Katitavabhyah Shri Dr. Shivani V. Mahabhagebhyah Dhanyavadam Samarpayami. So I think you all understood the importance of learning Sanskrit. So the way to learn Sanskrit and how it should be taught and how it should be learned. So that is very important. That is what she is an expert. So I think if you learn with her, it is very easy to learn. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your and prestigious talk on Samskrita connected with Ayurveda, that is Ayush Samskritam. So hereby felicitation by Mrs. Shobha, Assistant Administrative Officer, Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysore. And I request Dr. Sri Harsha, sir, Assistant Professor and Head of the Department, Samhita Siddhanta, Hillview Ayurveda Medical College, to please felicitate Madam. Please clap. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yeah, you also heard about the Pada Vibhaga, right? The importance of Pada Vibhaga, the importance of Vigraha, the Sambhasha, the learning tool of Sanskrit, which is available on the internet, and the research which is done by Karnataka Samskrita University and Madam's team as well. So I really thank all of you, and all of you should be assembled here for the next stage program. So hereby, I take the privilege to announce two big events in and around Bengaluru. That is, one is jointly organized by Matra Vedike, Karnataka Samskrita University, and Sheshadripuram Educational Trust, Bengaluru. So they have organized a 15th National Women's Science Congress. So it is held in Samskrita University only, here only in Pampakavi Maha Road. That is what you are here, the same place, right? That is on 6th, 7th and 8th December. So any details, you can actually present your papers. We have, that is main, it is that leadership. So how to develop enabling women for leadership in science faculty, right? So we are all like, you're all doctors, going to be, would be doctors. So you can present your papers and attend and see the experience, the vibration of succeeding women. So the women who have succeeded in the Vijnana, Swadeshi Vijnana, that is another more important event would be Global Yoga Summit, that is 2024. So if you attend the Global Yoga Summit, so that would be December 16th and 17th. So that is opportunity to meet yogis from 50 plus countries for the rest time. Like, it is a history in Bangalore to assemble all those yogis in one corridor, right? Then you will be the part of 5,000 plus yogis in Bangalore. So 15 plus therapies that would be free of or discounted rates also are available first time for selected and paid delegates if you register as a delegate. So opportunity to make use of global or local to global program for your personal growth and development. Opportunity to meet Dr. Rajshekhar Reddy sir, a neurosurgeon, Vice Chancellor, he has created Science of Yoga under medical guidance with lots of yoga therapies for early relief. So you also have opportunity to join earlier batches of Science of Yoga. So we have, they have branches and stage levels to grow how to study the science of yoga, right? So opportunity to attend the summit and present your scientific papers in your subjects. Okay, opportunity to participate in chanting of Lalita Sahasranama, Vishnu Sahasranama, Bhagavad Gita, Hanuman Chalisa, Mrityunjaya Mantra and Agnihotra events will be organized during the event. So opportunity to get participation certificate with logo of Government of India, state government, many more great organizations. So if you are coming in a big group, as like college or any event, like organizations, etc. So the exposure for the gesture of goodwill and your opportunity, dormitory opportunities and availabilities will be good for you. Then you are able to be facilitated, like if you bring 10 more people with you and as delegates, then you are you will be facilitated as Yashasvi Yogi. So you may have opportunity to visit Varanasi or Malaysia, depending on availability to bring the delegates as well. To, also, there will be support from Swami Vivekananda, Yoga Research and Holistic Health Trustees, Yoga University of Americas, and Rotary Bangalore Global Yoga to visit foreign countries as well. So great satisfaction of association with great yoga event or great yoga moment being in Bangalore. So these are the great opportunities in India as well as abroad. So Rotarian friends have opportunities to go outside for global yoga summit as well. So Maharudra Yaga in Prayag during Mahakumbha Mela, that would be a great opportunity with Mandaleshwar Swamiji. So very limited seats are there. So you can register yourself immediately with the link that is with globalyogaSummit.in, right? So here I take the opportunity just to announce all this. Next would be the stage program. And sorry, small change in the program. So we'll go on with the session 4. Dr. Sri Nagesh, Professor and Head Department of Samhita Siddhanta, Sri Ayurveda Medical College, Bengaluru. So sir will be addressing you, and he'll be giving you the knowledge on relevance of Vyakarana Vishesha in Samhita Adhyayana. So how to study Vyakarana and what is the importance of Vyakarana in Samhita Adhyayana. So you're going to study Samhitas, right? As Ayurveda students, we are going to study Samhita. So it will be helpful. So I really wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Sri Nagesh, Professor and Head Department of Samhita Siddhanta, Sri Ayurveda Medical College. I hereby welcome you all to the session.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Since morning, we have been studying, getting to know about how Samskrita is important in studying Ayurveda. How many of you are from first year senior batch? Oh, there are few. At least you have, okay, you have got some exposure to Samskrita classes in your colleges, I suppose. So keeping that in mind, I have made a small effort to explain about the relevance of Vyakarana Vishesha in Samhita Adhyayana. So because we need to understand about Vyakarana for the reason that Ayurveda Granthas are in Samskrita language only. And there are plenty of translation available which may not justify completely what the meaning they are conveying. What is conveyed in Samskrita, that is much more can give the information than any translations as available currently. So importance of Samskrita, Ayurveda Samhita are written in Samskrita is the first point, where we need to understand any Samhita based on, or any text it may be. So we need to understand the language which is written in that, used in that text, so that we understand the actual meaning of that and what the author is trying to convey. So we need to understand that language. Through that language, the original way we can get through the meanings of those meanings which the author is trying to convey. So Padasiddhi, making the word meaningful by adding suffixes to the original word. There are so many words used in Ayurveda where, based on the prefixes and the suffixes, the meaning would change. So we need to understand those parts which will convey the different meanings using the same dhatu, and the meaning doesn't change by changing the sequence of the words. As Madam was telling, there is Anvaya Krama. So Dr. Sriharsha, in next session, he is going to talk about the Anvaya Krama, where he is going to the placement of the words. So the change in the sequences of the words does not really change the meaning of the shloka. Dvivachana is used in Sanskrit, which is not seen in, like in our language in Kannada also. We do not use the other Dvivachana. Ekavachana and Bahuvachana is a very common one. Dvivachana is used in Sanskrit, and which conveys some unique meanings in our Shastra. So these Sanskrit words, when they are used, so they are conveying the meaning with least possible words. And Sutra Adhyayana or the Kavya, if you take it for example, so those are conveying meanings which are most reliable and also using the minimum number of words. So in Charaka Samhita, we get to see, if you are acquainted with the Samhita, in Nidanasthana first chapter at the end, he is explaining about what is the importance of shloka. So why do we need learn shloka? You may have that question. So the teachers may be displaying or explaining the shlokas, and why should we learn it when there are translations available? So it is explained there that you can remember the complete meaning of any context when you learn the shloka. And also, you won't miss any part of that meaning, any word, any point in that meaning if you learn the shloka. For that reason, we are learning the shloka. And also, you can convey the complete meaning, and also, if you learn the shloka, you will be having the complete control over the subject. For that reason, we are supposed to learn the shlokas. Chandah padauta vedasya hasto kalpota patyate jyotisha mayanam chakshuhu niruktam shrotram uchyate. Shiksha ghranam ta vedasya mukham vyakaranam smritam tasmat sangam adhityeva brahmaloke mahiyate. So they are speaking, displaying about the angas of Veda. They are called as Vedangas: Chanda, Kalpa, Jyotisha, Nirukta, Shiksha, and Vyakarana. They are called Vedangas. Avyakaranam adhitam bhinnadronya tarangini taranam beshajam apatya sahitam trayam idamakritam varam nakritam. So here it is just like if you don't learn the Sanskrit grammar, and if you straight away reading the translations and try to get the meaning, it will be like you are traveling or you are sailing a boat which is damaged. That means you will get drowned with that the damaged boat, and you cannot reach the destiny. So for that reason, for understanding the actual meaning, we need the language which is the ideal one. So Varnamala, we have it here, Swara and Vyanjana. This is for your basic understanding. So this will be taught in the Samskrita classes for you, though it has been taught in your classes perhaps already. So there are Sarala and Samyukta Aksharas, Vargiya and Vargiya Antastan Ushma Varnas. There are Vargiya Vyanjanas. We have Ka, Cha, Ta, Ta, Pa, and they are the Ka Varga, Cha Varga, Ta Varga, Ta Varga, and Pa Varga. Like that we have it. And like that we have Swaras also, A, I, like that we have it. So these are the one which we need to learn as a basic one. So we have it Ach, that is Pratyahara we call it as. So Ach Pratyahara, Hal Pratyahara, Ak, H and Ing, like that we have Pratyaharas which are essential for learning the Paniniya grammar. So in Paniniya, that grammar, we get to see these Vargas different. which are explained through these vargas only, like ach, pratyahara, ahal, ak, these are used in every sutra. So these are the example where we have it, so many these pratyaharas. So Uchcharana Sthana or Varnotpatti Sthanani, as you have learned, Dr. Anand Katti sir was explaining about Uchcharana Sthana, where these are the areas where Nasika, Danta, Talu, Oshto, Akuha, Visarjaniyanam, Kantha. Like that, we have Uchcharana Sthanas where these tongue will be coming in contact with these areas, and these are different words produced. So what is affecting the jihva, then it is going to affect when it is connecting with these kantha, talu, murdha, danta, oshtav. If there is a oshta related issues, or if it is a danta related issues, dantyakshara we call it as, those dantyakshara will be wrongly pronounced or improperly pronounced. By listening into those words only, we can understand there is a problem in that. When the patient comes, if the patient is speaking using his, his voice is like looks abnormal. If it is, the nose is not coordinating properly with that. So when we can, and then we can understand the problems in those areas. Sarveshu kruchrochvasanam pinasaha pratatam kshutihi sa anunasika vaditvam putinasa shuro vyatha.
So Nagesh sir will continue after this. So we'll have inauguration section. Now inauguration, so we request all the dignitaries on the dais to please come to the dais.
आयुर्वेद प्रयोगाय संस्कृताध्ययनम् इत्यस्मिन् सत्रे सर्वेभ्यः पुनरेकवारं स्वागतं करोमि. सर्वे उपविशन्तु. वेदघोषैः अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य आरम्भः भवति. अस्माकं संस्कृतविश्वविद्यालयस्य बोधकवर्गाः अस्य सत्रस्य आरम्भं वेदघोषैः कुर्वन्तु इति प्रार्थयामि.
पुष्पं वेद पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चन्द्रमा वा अपां पुष्पं पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति अग्निर्वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यो अग्नेरायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वा अग्नेरायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्ददातु ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः. हरिः ॐ.
धन्यवादाः. गण्यैः वेदिका शोभते, सभिकैः सभा शोभते, छात्रैः अद्य कार्यागार शोभायमानं दृश्यते. अतः सर्वान् स्वागतं कर्तुम् अहम् अस्माकं संस्कृतविश्वविद्यालयस्य प्रफुल्ल महाभागम् आह्वयामि.
Good afternoon and namaste to one and all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, all the distinguished guests, our esteemed guests of honor, scholars, and especially the students present here, or as our Honorable VC ma'am would like to call them, the torchbearers of ancient science of life and relevant medical science, that is today's Ayurveda. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on this one-day workshop on Samhitha Pathana, a significant part of our Ayurveda Samskrtotsava organized by Karnataka Sanskrit University, Bengaluru in association with Government Ayurvedic Research Center, Mysuru. Please. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Shriman Dr. B.K. Das, Distinguished Scientist and Director General, Electronics and Communication System, DRDO. He is the best graduate, gold medal holder of B.Tech in Electronics and was the topper of IIT Kharagpur in M.Tech in Computer Engineering. His PhD thesis was highly recognized in the USA. He has worked in Indian Missile Program for 33 years. Currently, he is leading the indigenous development program of radar, EW, electro-optics, DEW, and communication systems towards self-reliance. He is the recipient of number of national and international awards, Lakshmipat Singhania Young Leader Award, NRDC Award, INAE Award, and Medallion, Civil Aviation Award, Innovation Award, Agni Award of Excellence, Silicon Trophy are only to name a few. He has received Best Presenter Award of the World 4 times. Twice from USA, once from Australia, and once from Singapore. He has 200 national and international publications with 11 patents to his credit. Sir, your exemplary contributions to the field of science, technology, and national defense stand as a beacon of inspiration to all. On behalf of Karnataka Sanskrit University and all gathered here, I express my deepest gratitude for gracing us with your esteemed presence. We are truly privileged to have you, sir. And it is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to the most dynamic and eminent personality, Dr. Prasanna N. Rao, sir. He is the esteemed director of 3 SDM institutions. Dr. Rao is a distinguished leader in the field of Ayurveda, known for his unwavering dedication to advancing Ayurvedic education, research, and clinical practice. Under his visionary guidance, the SDM Ayurveda institutions have flourished as centers of excellence and combining with traditional wisdom for Ayurveda, with the modern technologies to foster holistic healthcare. His efforts to promote the study and application of Ayurveda have generally contributed to its recognition on national and international platforms. Sir, your presence here today is a true honor, and we eagerly look forward to your inspiration and insights you bring to this esteemed gathering. With these words, I once again welcome you, sir, and thank you for your support. Now, it is my privilege to also welcome Dr. Shailaja Rao, who has taken the reins of the SDM College of Ayurveda, Hassan, as the esteemed principal. Please, I welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Rao is not only one of the great practitioners of Ayurveda, but also guiding light and motherly figure to entire SDM family, be it staff, students, or the countless patients who have benefited from her care and wisdom. Her leadership exemplifies compassion, dedication, and deep commitment to preserving and advancing the values of Ayurveda. On behalf of everyone here, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, madam, and on this remarkable achievement, I welcome you to this gathering. I welcome the esteemed Assistant Director of Government Ayurvedic Research Center, Mysuru, Dr. Lakshminarayan N. Shanoy. Sir, your dynamism and tireless efforts have been the driving force behind the program, serving as true pillar and strength. I welcome Shri Vishwanath P. Hiramat, KS, the Honorable Registrar of Karnataka Sanskrit University. Sir, your administrative acumen and unwavering commitment to the university's vision have significantly strengthened the foundation and steered us towards academic and cultural excellence. On behalf of all, I welcome you, sir. I am delighted to also extend a warm invitation to Professor Palaya, Dean of Faculty in Sciences, Professor Shivani V, Dean of Faculties of Shastra, Karnataka Sanskrit University. Both of the esteemed faculties stand as towering pillars of Karnataka Sanskrit University, embodying wisdom, dedication, and profound commitment to the preservation and promotion of our rich heritage. I also welcome the esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Surekha Madikeri, Principal of GAMC Bangalore, Dr. Sajita K, Principal of Sri Sri Ayurveda College, Bengaluru, Dr. Jagdish Kunjal, Principal of SDM Ayurveda College, Bengaluru, and Dr. Rajshekar Bhushanur Madji, the Principal of Hillside Ayurvedic College, Bengaluru. I would also like to extend warm welcome to Sri Ram Prasad, IAS, former Health and Family Welfare Commissioner. And finally, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to the driving force behind this gathering, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ahalya S. A highly respected and inspiring Ayurveda teacher, practitioner, a dedicated physician, and a dedicated scholar whose academic journey has been marked by excellence. She brings an impressive more than 32 years of expertise in the field. Her contributions to Ayurveda provided a fresh lens through which the applications of Ayurveda in today's world are viewed. Dr. Ahalya has held several prestigious positions and have received numerous accolades. And if I start naming them, then I think this program would never come to an end. So it is her unwavering commitment, innovative vision, and exemplary leadership that have made today's program possible. And as a primary healthcare system, she has also promoted Indian knowledge systems, which are now under the Ministry of Education. On behalf of all the members present here, I welcome you, ma'am. I also welcome all the guests, teaching staff, non-teaching staff of Karnataka Sanskrit University, and the students. Please, namaste to all, and a thank you.
Sarvam Jnana Parinamam Vijnanancha Mahattamam Yena Vijanate Sarvam Tad Vijnanam Param Smrutam. All knowledge culminates in science, which is supreme. The knowledge by which everything is understood is called ultimate science. Vishesha Jnanam Jnaneshu Jnanam Prakatayitva Vijnani Bhutaha Bharatasya Gauravaha Dr. B.K. Das Mahabhagam Vishesha Jnana Vachobihi Udghatana Bhashanam Kurvantu Udghatanam Karyakramasya Kurvantu iti Savinayam Prarthayami.
Namaskar, esteemed guests on the dais and off the dais, all the faculties, teaching and non-teaching staff of Sanskrit University, and my dear loving children. It's a matter of honor and pride for me to be among you all today on this very special occasion. And on a very special university, which is more than a century old and being in the heart of our beautiful Karnataka and imparting such great educations to thousands of people for a language which probably we all feel proud of being a true Indian. Our core is Sanskrit, and that is from where we all emanated with. My compliments to ma'am, the Vice Chancellor, and of course all those who directly and indirectly supporting this great education. Friends, we are absolutely from hardcore defense technology background. Our day in and day out, we work with missiles, with aircrafts, with bomb, with all those. So that's been our life. But I think when you look at our core of this country, India, if you go back to the history, a 5,000-year-old Ayurveda, our language, our culture, our scriptures, our history, I think it's all are a pride for all of us to be as true Indians. Anything which you see in a research today and anything which comes across the world today, if you go back to our Vedas, Upanishads, Samhitas, believe me, it's all inside there. It's only a matter of fact. When it happens, we connect. I strongly remember other day when Professor, your Vice Chancellor, and the team met me in my office. This is the topic we discussed. We do a lot of missiles, you know that. I'll give you a small couple of examples. With Dr. Kalam, so many years we worked from IGMDP all up to Agni, Agni 5, MIRVs, whatnot we are doing. If you look at Agni of today, and if you look at the Agnyastra, what we saw in our famous Ramayana, it's quite the same. If you remember those Ramayana serial which you have watched, Arun Govil, Deepika and all that, which was in yesteryears, or those who have gone through those scriptures, you would have seen picturized the war between Rama and Ravana, how it was happening. One missile was coming, not missile, sorry, one arrow was coming and that was getting multiplied to multiple arrows and it was getting further multiplied. You remember that? That's what we saw as a picture. And today that's exactly what we are doing in missile world. That is called multiple independent re-entry vehicles, MIRVs. That's all. It is so simple. To explain you into the missiles, when Agni goes, you know Agni rains 2,000, 3,000 kilometers. When we fire, it goes up and up beyond the atmosphere. It goes to the space. You know the basic mathematics. 3,000 kilometers means it has to have at least 1,000-kilometer height. So it goes up and it comes down. As it comes down, it enters to atmosphere again. So what happens when a missile comes? Obviously, you know what a missile carries. So it comes for some destruction. So if we want to protect our country, we should have a counter missile to neutralize it, right? That's the very simple theory for each one of you to understand. That is called BMD program, Ballistic Missile Defense, right? Now, it's not easy, but we have done it. So as a missile comes, an anti-missile goes and we nullify it. But imagine, instead of one missile, if one missile comes, but the moment it comes to attack you, it becomes multiple in numbers. How difficult it will be to neutralize all of them. This is exactly what is the theory of MIRV. One missile comes and multiple missiles manifests and in different directions they keep driving. And this is exactly the idea which came from that famous epic of Rama and Ravana in our Ramayana. This is one. The other thing, you know, when, what is that? When Meghanad, there was a fight and when we were Lakshman was trying to put the arrow to Meghanad, he was finding multiple Meghanads around. I hope, children, if you have ever watched Ramayana, you would have seen it. He is trying to target one Meghanad and he finds 5 others in 5 directions. Now he doesn't know which is the actual one. Right? This is what is the theory of stealth. The whole stealth technology happening today, the whole decoy coming today, that whole theory of decoy is nothing but this only. You know what is called decoy? Again, in a simple language, I'll explain you. Suppose an aircraft is flying, aircraft has got some engine. So when you can try to kill that aircraft by launching a missile. That is simple. We have done it many times. But imagine when aircraft comes, if a missile from enemy territory comes to you, then pilot, aircraft, everything is gone, right? How do you save yourself? So what we do, when an aircraft comes, you find that some missile is coming, we throw certain, we call it shafts and flares, we throw certain elements outside the aircraft, which will create exactly like the cross-section of aircraft in shape, in size, in heat and in radar cross section. So the moment that missile comes, you will find 10 aircrafts around. Now he doesn't know which is the correct aircraft. Is it not what Meghnad was doing with Lakshman? That's all. Two game-changing theories I am explaining. My explanation can continue long. This is how we get the entire theory of what we are doing today is what is scripted in our rich heritage of documentations. This is the power of Sanskrit. Now I tell you why Sanskrit. All these are hidden inside our Vedas, Upanishads, Ramayana, Mahabharata, which is written in Sanskrit. So Sanskrit is not the end. Sanskrit is the means. Sanskrit is the path to success. If you know Sanskrit, you can go through, understand, learn, and extract what is hidden. I just gave you two examples, which we realized after so many decades a technology. And you think that is end? This is only two. There could be millions of them is hidden in our Vedas and Upanishads. You should have the courage, the grit, the determination, the understanding to go through our scripture, to learn and understand from this angle. Then only India will become a superpower. Friends, today we are in a race. We are in a race. We always say, if I make a radar, we are making world's best radar. But when I make a radar, they say, try to make it better than the radar of America, or better than the radar of Israel, better than the electro-optics of France. As long as this statement goes on, then India is not the world leader, because we are being compared. With whom we compare? A simple theory. In the childhood, in here also in the classes, your parents, they compare with whom? With the topper. Is it not? How much score you had? How much the topper had? So as long as we are compared, we are not the best. If we have to be the best, others should compare with Indian products. This should happen. And friends, this cannot happen as long as we change. Today we are in a world of change. We see a beautiful Apple phone in the hand of somebody, then our industries start copying an Apple phone to make it equivalent to that. So our reference gets restricted to the product which is available today. So by the time we reach realizing an Apple phone, Apple is not a fool. It's not sleeping. They would have made the version 10.0. So again we are lagging. So India cannot become world leader if we are chasers. We will become world leader when we create history. We create technology. We create knowledge for the world. And we can do that, friends, because the whole fragrance is within us. Every Indian is like that Kasturi Mrug, who moves around to understand from where the fragrance is coming, and it comes from its own navel point. And that's exactly what Indians are doing today. They are looking around the rest of the world to understand, to learn, to match, and in a very crude word, to imitate. We have to come out of it. Every single Indian should come out of it, because like a Kasturi Mrig, you look at your own navel point, look at your own scriptures, have the courage and audacity to go through your own Vedas, Ramayanas and Mahabharata, where millions of such mathematics is hidden. It's within you. It is inside you. And the talent is within your brain. Today, Silicon Valley of America glitters because of Indians, not because of Americans. If these Indians can make America glitter, million times these Indians can make my own India glitter. So power is within you, passion is within you, sutras are within you. Then what stops you from? It's your own courage, own grit, own nationalism that I will make my country the best. And that can happen as you dig into our own scriptures, understand. And for which I million times salute this great university who shows my children the path to success. And that is Sanskrit. If you learn, you go. Do you know, every computer language, right from Fortran to Pascal to COBOL to ADA to PL1, all of them have been originated from Sanskrit. Artificial intelligence, robotics, machine intelligence, everything is originating from Sanskrit. Entire encryption which we are talking about in the cyber crime protection, it's all hidden inside Sanskrit. That much is the power of this language. But somehow, with heavy westernization, with everyone, I think we were trying to put it backstreet, and we come forward. And those who select Sanskrit in 10th class to score 100 out of 100, not for the love of the language. Let me make this crude statement. Let's learn the language. Let's love the language. If you don't love the language, you can't learn the language. You will score marks. That's not called learning. It is a matter of becoming rich and wealthy, you know. That's the two different words. So if you really want to be rich, you will have a lot of wealth you can have. But if you want to be rich, you have to live among the heart of the millions. Dr. Kalam is a rich man. He lives in the heart of the millions of people. That's something which no thief can steal. And that's exactly the power within you, my dear friends, my dear loving children. Ayurveda we talk about, this is a conference for Ayurveda. You know what happens due regards to the medical science to all the allopathy doctors? When you enter into their room and you start explaining, I am having a headache, I am having this problem, that problem, I don't think they listen to that. They first see from which part of the body they are touching. And they start, the medicine comes in here, it says a headache. You have to get this particular diclofenac sodium, diclofenac potassium, that's all, it gets over with that. Or if there's a very big medical college, if you are having a headache, first you go for the scanning. Right? We kill the disease in allopathy. But in Ayurveda, we go to the root of the cause of the disease. That is the basic difference. That's the reason same diclofenac sodium is for every headache. But I don't think there is one Ayurveda medicine for all the headaches. Every headache is unique, every doctor is unique, everything is unique. So allopathy treats a patient. Ayurveda connects the roga with the rogi. That is the combination. If you can break that nexus, then you become successful. Friends, there are great learners on the dais. I am not. I have been a core scientist of electronics, but I just thought this is my love for this language. That's the reason when ma'am came, we have given her a task that let us understand, learn the language, and from our Vedas and Upanishads, extract 2-3 game-changing ideas for defense. And I am there to promise you that such ideas come, we will support those ideas, and from those ideas, we will make systems. And believe me, the day we make those systems, India will be the top runners. That's the true reply for a Vikshit Bharat. If we talk about a developed country, it will be only when it is second to none, and it will be a developed country when 1.4 billion Indians, from their heart, they love this country every time they breathe for themselves. That's what is called the true Indians. I am sure, friends, with your commitment, with your love for this subject, and with such great guidance from the professors and the faculties, all of you will be the experts of Sanskrit, and you will help me to learn, study, understand those criticalities in our Vedas and Upanishads, and extract what is hidden to create all those never said designed weapons which India will be the first country in the world to make. I'm sure you all can together make it. May God bless you. Love you all. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
अपि प्रसारयन्तु इति प्रार्थयामि.
Om Shri Dhanvantare Namaha. A great scientist and motivator of all of us, distinguished scientist and Director General of Electronic and Communication System, DRDO, Dr. B.K. Dasji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of this great university, Dr. Ahalya Sharma, Honorable Registrar of this university, Vishwanath P. Hiramat, Sri Ram Prasad sir, Dr. Busnuji, Dr. Shailaja, and all our friends. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕನ್ನಡದ ಮಾಸವನ್ನು ಆಚರಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಅತಿಥಿ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ವಿಷಯ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏಕಂ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಂ ಅಧಿಯಾನೋ ನಾ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ನಿಶ್ಚಯ ತಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಬಹುಶ್ರುತಂ ಜ್ಞಾನಂ ವಿಜಾನೀಯತ್ ವಿಷಕ್. ಒಬ್ಬ ನಮ್ಮಂಥ ವೈದ್ಯನಾಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದೇ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಿಂದ ಕಲಿತಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದೇ ಭಾಷೆಯಿಂದ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಸಫಲ ಆಗಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಡುವ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಗಿ ಕೊಡುವ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ದಾಸ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಎಂಬ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ್ದು ಇರೋದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ. ಪ್ರಾಯಶಃ ಅದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಡಗಿದೆ ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರನೇ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಉನ್ನತ ವ್ಯಾಸಂಗ ಆಗ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಾಯಶಃ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತವನ್ನೇ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾದರೆ ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಏನು ರಕ್ಷಣಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ಮೊದಲೇ ನಾವು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳಂಥ ಅಗ್ನಿ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಸ್ತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಉನ್ನತ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಿದ್ದೆವು, ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ದೆವು. ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ದು ಹೇಗೆ ರಕ್ಷಣಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಆ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಕಳೆದ 17ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ನಾನು ದಿಲ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಚೀಫ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ್ ಅವರ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತು, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಏನು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಸಫ್ದಾರ್ಜಂಗ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯ ಒಂದು ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ಫ್ಲೋರ್. ಒಂದು ಫ್ಲೋರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಅನಂತರ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿತಂತೆ, ನಾನು ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ, ಆಧುನಿಕ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ, ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬರಬಾರ್ದು. ಈ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ಒಂದು ಫ್ಲೋರು ಈ 8-9 ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಇರುವಂಥ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಆಧುನಿಕ ವೈದ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಿಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ಫ್ಲೋರನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶನಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಕರ್ಮದ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ತೆರೆದರು. ಯಾಕೆ ತೆರೆದರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ನನಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಲಭ್ಯ ಆದರೆ ಸಾಲದು, ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಕಲೀಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಂಗಡಿಗರಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಉಳಿದಂಥ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ NCASMನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಘಟಕ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಘಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಮಾನ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಏನಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಏನು ಜೂರಿಸ್ಪ್ರುಡೆನ್ಸ್ ವಿಭಾಗ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಏನಂದರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಕಾರಣ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ, ನ್ಯಾಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ, ವಿಭಾಗಗಳಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅದು ತಲುಪಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಹಲ್ಯ ಶರ್ಮಾ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಉಪಕುಲಸಚಿವರಾಗಿ ಏನು ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ತಗೊಂಡ ನಂತರ ಇದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಏನಂದರೆ ಸುಮಾರು 3,500 ಜನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಸುಮಾರು 600ಕ್ಕೂ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇದರ ಉಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೂರಾರು ಪಾಠಶಾಲೆಗಳು, ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಯೋಜಿತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಮೇಡಮ್ನ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಒಂದು ವಿಭಾಗ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಏಕಂ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ನಾ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ನಿಶ್ಚಯ ಬಹುಶಃ ಏನೋ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ನಾಲೆಜು ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾದರೆ ಅದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಘಟಕಗಳು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಶಾಲೆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಹೇಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಹೇಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಚಿವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನವರೇ ಆದಂಥ ಅನಂತಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಬ್ರಿಕ್ಸ್ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾರತದ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಏರ್ಲೈನ್ಸು ಯಾವ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯೋ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಯೋಗ ಹೋಗಿದೆ, ಯೋಗ ತಲುಪಿದೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ದೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ತಲುಪಬೇಕು, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ತಲುಪಬೇಕು. ಸಣ್ಣ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಂದು ಸಲ ನಮಗೆ ಇಸ್ರೇಲಿನಿಂದ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗೆ. ಅವರು ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿವು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತು ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಫೋನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತುಳುವಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದು. ನಾನು ತುಳುವಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಮೇಳೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಆ ಫೋನು ಏನು ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಫೋನ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆಫ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಹಾಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ನಾವು ಪುನಃ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು ನೀವು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ. ಅವಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ಲು, ನೀವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಅದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟಾಕ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಥ ತುಳು ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ವರ್ಡ್ಗಳಿದ್ದವು. ಆ ಮಹಿಳೆ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ಳು. ಅವಳು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂದರೆ, ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಶಬ್ದಗಳಿದೆ. ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ ಭಾಷೆಗೂ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತನೇ ತಾಯಿ. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ನೀವು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಬಾರದ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ ಭಾಷೆದ್ದು, ಲ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಡಮೂಲಿಕೆಗಳ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ದತ್ತುರದ್ದು ಇದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ಗಳಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ವರ್ಡ್ಗಳೇ ಇರೋದು. ಸೊ ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರದ್ದು ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇದ್ದರು, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಗುರುರಾಜ್ ಭಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಅವರು ಅನೇಕ ಸಲ ಕೆಲವು ಶಬ್ದಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನೇ ಅವರು ತರ್ಜಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಅಂತ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಮೋಕ್ಷ ಮುಲ್ಲರ ಭಟ್ಟ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಮೊದಲು ಹೆಸರು, ಈಗ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. ಮೋಕ್ಷ ಮುಲ್ಲರ ಭಟ್ಟ, ಅದಕ್ಕೇ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮುಲ್ಲರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆವು, ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಗುರುರಾಜ, ಅವರು ಜಾರ್ಜ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಡ್ಗಳಾಗಲಿ ತರ್ಜಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ ತರ್ಜಮೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಮೂಲಕ. ಅವರು ಏನೇ ಅರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಬರುವಾಗ ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಈಗ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಂಬ ವರ್ಡಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಪೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಸ್ಪೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಯಾವುದೇ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಲಿ, ವರ್ಡ್ ನಮ್ಮದಾಗಲಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ನಾಂದಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ, ಕುಲಸಚಿವರಿಗೆ, ಉಪಕುಲಸಚಿವರಿಗೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ ಶೆಣೈಯವರು, ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್.
ಕ್ರಿಯಾಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಸತ್ವೇ ಭವತಿ ಮಹತಾಂ ನೋಪಕರಣೆ. ಕ್ರಿಯೆದ ಸಾಫಲ್ಯತೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಯಾರ ಉಪಕಾರದಿಂದಲ್ಲ, ತಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮಬಲದಿಂದ, ಸಂಕಲ್ಪದಿಂದ, ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದಲೇ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ತಾವು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಬಹಳ ವಿಧವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಒಂದು ನಿದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಜ್ಞಾನಮಸ್ತಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಂ ದದಾತಿ ರಕ್ಷಣಂ ಚ ಕರೋತಿ ಇತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದಯಂತ ಸಂತಿ ಮಹಾಭಾಗಾಃ. ಏತೇಭ್ಯಃ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಾನ್ ಸಮರ್ಪಯಾಮಿ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಿತಾಃ ಸ್ತ್ರಿಯಃ ಸಂತು ತೇಜಸ್ವಿನ್ಯಃ ಕುಲೋದ್ಗತಾಃ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಕಾಃ ಸಂತು ಲೋಕೆ ದೀಪ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕಾಃ. ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ವುಮೆನ್ ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವರ್ಚ್ಯೂಯಸ್ become protectors of righteousness and illuminate the world like a lamp. Karnatake बालेभ्यः सुवर्ण पाश प्रदातुं मुख्य स्रोता माता नारी शिक्षकी रक्षकी च डॉक्टर शैलजाराव महाभागा. एताः अस्माकं मध्ये उपस्थिताः सन्ति. एतासां वचोभिः अपि अस्मान् ಸಂತೋಷಂ ಮುದಂ ಚ ಜನಯಂತು ಇತಿ ಸವಿನಯಂ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಯಾಮಿ.
ಓಂ ಶ್ರೀ ಧನ್ವಂತರಿ ನಮಃ. ಶುಭ ಅಪರಾಹ್ನ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ BK ದಾಸ್ ಸರ್, ಅಹಲ್ಯ ಶರ್ಮಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ಹಾಗೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಾವಿವತ್ತು ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತೋತ್ಸವ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತೋತ್ಸವದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ, ಸುರಸ ಸುಬೋಧ, ವಿಶ್ವ ಮನೋಜ್ಞ, ಲಲಿತಾರಧ್ಯ ರಮಣೀಯ, ಅಮೃತವಾಣಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಭಾಷಾ ನೈವತ್ ಕ್ಲಿಷ್ಟ ನಚ ಕಠಿಣ. ನಾವು ಸಾಧಾರಣವಾಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಕಠಿಣ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಕಬ್ಬಿಣದ ಕಡಲೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಕಲಿಯೋದು. ಮೊದಲ ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತನ ಸರಸ ಸುಬೋಧ, ವಿಶ್ವ ಮನೋಜ್ಞ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನೈವತ್ ಕ್ಲಿಷ್ಟ ನಚ ಕಠಿಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಲಿತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ, BK ದಾಸ್ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಎಪಿಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಎಪಿಕ್ ಆದಂತಹ ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಜುನ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಎದುರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇರುವವರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾರಣ ಬೇರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಗ ಅವನೊಂದು ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಆ ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನಿಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅವನ ಸಾರಥಿ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಅರಿವಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅವನ ವಿಶ್ವರೂಪದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅರಿವಿರಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವನು ವಿಷಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಆ ವಿಷಾದದಿಂದ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವನ ಸಾರಥಿ ಅವನನ್ನು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಅದೇ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ. ಈಗ ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ. ನಾವಿರುವ ವಿಷಾದದಿಂದ, ಭಾರತೀಯರು ನಾವೇನು ವಿಷಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಿಷಾದದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಯಾಗಿ, ಕೃಷ್ಣನಾಗಿ, ಸಾರಥಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮಿಡೀ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದರ ಸಾರಥ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಹಲ್ಯ ಮೇಡಮ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಸಾರಥಿಯಾಗಿ, ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಥರದ ಸಾರಥಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಏಳಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿಸ್ತಾ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ 4 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ಮಾತೃವತ್ ಸಂಭಾಷಣಂ ಕೃತವತಿ ಮಹಾಭಾಗಾಯೈ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಾः. ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಯದಾ ಸ್ತ್ರಿಯಾ ಪ್ರಾಪ್ತ गुणानां वर्धनं भवेत् सा माता सा गुरुः च लोके च स्थितिमाश्रयेत्. When women gain knowledge, virtues increase. She becomes a mother, a teacher, and a pillar of society. In the same way, Asmakam University pillar means our Kulapati, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ahalya Mahabhaga iti vadami cheta atishayoktihi nabhavati. विश्वविद्यालयस्य रक्षकी ज्ञानप्रदार्थी स्फूर्तिदात्री प्रफुल्लितवदना माता सखी सर्वं सा एव अस्ति. अतः तस्याः कारणादेव नूतनरीत्या अस्मभ्यं नैकेषु विषयेषु ज्ञानसंवर्धनं निरन्तररूपेण गङ्गावत् प्रवहन्ती अस्ति. कावेरीवत् इति वक्तव्यं कर्नाटकीयाः वयम्, अथापि गङ्गायाः तरणं बहु सुदीर्घं भवति इति कारणात् ಅಹಲ್ಯಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, 5 ವರ್ಷ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಅಡಿಪಾಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಇರೋವರೆಗೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗಂಗೆಯ ಹರಿಯುವಿಕೆಗೆ ತುಲನೆಯನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ, ರಕ್ಷಕಿ, ಸಖಿ, ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ನೀಡುವಂಥವರು, ನಮ್ಮ ರಕ್ಷಕರು ಈಗ ಈ ಸತ್ರವನ್ನು, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿ ತಮ್ಮ ವಚನಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಪ್ರಸಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಗಿದಾರರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಬಾಯಿ ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ, ಬಾಯಿ ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮನ ಕಗ್ಗ, ಬಾಯಿ ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಶ್ಲೋಕಗಳ ಒಂದು ಸಾಲು ಬರುವಿಕೆ, ಅದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಅನೇಕ ಜ್ಞಾನಗಳನ್ನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲೇ ಮುಗಿಸಿಬಿಡುವಂತಹ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಭಾಷಾ ಕುಶಲತೆಯನ್ನು ಉಳ್ಳಂತಹವರು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿವರಿಯರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಧುನಾ ಅಹಂ ಮಹಾಭಾಗಂ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಯೆ ಅಸ್ಮಾನ್ ಸರ್ವಾನ್ ಉದ್ದೇಶ್ಯ ಸ್ವವಚೋಭಿಃ ಮುದಂ ಜನಯಂತು ಇತಿ.
वागर्थाविव सम्पृक्तौ वागर्थप्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ. This to me is a great day in the annals of Karnataka Samskrita Vishwavidyalaya. To have the person who is guarding you and me, who is taking care of this country, the patriot in him, the scientist in him, the man of integrity in him, and a person so down to earth who has come here to bless each one of you. You are indeed very, very fortunate, my dear students, to have with you Dr. B.K. Das, who has come here, who is spending his invaluable, you cannot value the time, you cannot value the work they do. Imagine they protect us. He is the intelligence behind protecting each one. So I think you should feel very blessed that you are starting your journey with the blessings of such a person. If that is there, I just said Parvati Parameshwara. You have the Parvati Parameshwara of the Ayurveda field, Dr. Prasanna Rao and Dr. Shailaja Madam, who are here. I will just roll out some statistics which will tell you how blessed each one of you here is. Their strength of treating the outpatient and inpatient department from the SDMs, the patient strength is around 45 crores till date. That means they have touched every 1 in 3 Indian. That's how it is. And to have people like them who are academically excellent, clinically extremely innovative, people like them to bless you. The idea of having such a program was mainly that you see people who you can be inspired by. You are just entering the field. You have put in your first step here and the keys are being given to you. You are going to unlock it. Unlock it from one sense through Sanskrit, from another sense through role models like our guest speakers, like our guests today. So is here with me Dr. Rajshekhar Busnurmat, a very, very long associate, a great friend of mine with whom I have had very cherishable memories. I'm so grateful that he took his time to be here with us. Again, a leader, an inspirer, and a pathbreaker in his own way. I'm sure his students are indeed benefited by his acumen in both clinical and administrative. I'm very happy to have and here the erstwhile finance secretary and a man of great integrity and wisdom, Shri Prasad Rao sir, Ram Prasad sir, and of course my great friend Shanai, without whom this would not have happened. But the foundation for all this happens to be the registrar of Karnataka Sanskrit University. He always says, ma'am, you are the face. The face is seen, but what's more important is the foundation. So to that pillar of strength, Shri Vishwanath Hiremadji, to all the invited guests and my very dear student. It's been such a lovely honor to address each one of you. Let me tell you, after all that you heard from them, there are 4 V's that I want each one of you to think that you would become. Else, you would be like, as Madam was reminding, Yatha Karaschandana Bharavahi Bharasya Vetta Natu Chandanasya. The load of sandalwood can be carried by a donkey, an ass. It's going to be there, but it doesn't know what it is, whether it is a stick or chandana, it is not aware. Unless the work happens, unless you know, unless the grinding, the samskara comes through, chandana cannot give it, and if we are like donkeys, we cannot perceive it. So we need to raise our consciousness, we need to make sure our samskaras lead us to greater grinding of the Shastra. And today's seminar is essentially with those words. You heard how scientific, there are some stories and lot of science in our Puranas. We often hear of Chandra having 27 wives. You know what that means? In the orbit that moon passes, he can see only those 27. And Aldebaran or Rohini is the nakshatra to which he is often associated. And therefore we said he likes Rohini, his wife, the most. So all these are hidden as stories so that it is passed down to the next generation. So is it with the sutras of Ayurveda. When we talk of the gut-brain axis today, it is again what we said as Matrayapi Abhyavaharan. We gave all the importance to Agni. So before you discard a theory or you say, well, does this mean something? Question. Again and again question. The only difference is here we accept and question. Without tarka, charaka doesn't say you accept everything. Vina tarkena ya siddhihi yadricharit siddhirevasa. He says unless you are convinced. So you are going to face lot of dilemma in your next 2-3 years of journey, post which you will settle down. But give all scope for dilemma. Have a lot of discussions. Don't accept anything. Write them down in a book. 2 years later, revisit it and say, did I get an answer? If you have not got it, go to your teachers. Eat their head. Get them to answer you. That is how you will unravel the key. And that key is being given to you through this. If Sanskrit, we say, Madam said, Naiva klishta nachakatina. Absolutely. But when you read the long sentence, one sentence can go on to be 1 page. And without the break in between, it might be a little difficult. And that comes all thanks to Panini, 4,000 years ago or even more probably, because Ramayana was written 5,000-6,000 years ago. And then grammar was already, so we don't know how to date Panini, even he must be that old. So with the 4,000 aphorisms that he gave, and you know what, yoga which has reached 195 countries hardly has 195 aphorisms. Atha yoga anushasanam. We talk of the present, living in the present. Atha, now, here, Mangala Shasana. Every word has more than 2-3 meanings. You should know what meaning I take. I'll give you one simple example. Rama goes to forest, right? Put it in the other way. Forest goes to Rama, correct? I shall change the order. Rama goes to forest. Forest goes to Rama. Does the meaning differ or is it the same? I want an answer, my dear students. Differs. I will give you a sentence. Ramaha vanam prati gacchati. Gacchati Ramaha vanam prati. Vanam prati Ramaha gacchati. Does the meaning differ? That is the beauty of Sanskrit. If you find it difficult in your textbooks to begin with, it's because you put any word anywhere. You have heard hitahitam sukham dukkam ayustasya hitahitam. You put hitahitam in the beginning, in the last, ayustasya sukham dukkam hitahitam. No, you may change the chandas at the most, but you cannot change the meaning. And that comes because of the strong grammar, because of the strong rules. And if it has survived so long, it is because of its innate strength, not because somebody took care of it. There was no Rajashraya, there was nothing. Yet we have this. And now imagine with organizations like DRDO, with our with governments supporting it, with people coming up, with centers opening, with NGOs coming up, and young, bright minds like you have just cleared. And once you are in actually the tsunami of Ayurveda. You are at the right time, at the right place. So I want each one of you to tell yourself that you will be a Vijnani. Vijnani is not just a scientist, but anybody with Vishesha Jnana. You will have the Vishesha Jnana of Ayurveda. You will be a Vidvamsa of Ayurveda, Vidushi of Ayurveda. You will have the absolute knowledge of it. And you will be a Vedanti because you have to be a counselor. You should know how much to believe, what to leave, what to take, else life becomes very difficult. So you are a Vedanti, a Vijnani, a Vidushi, but more than anything, you are a Viveki. And then you become a Vaidya. So that is the fifth V that you should add on. You are not going to be an Ayurveda doctor, a BAMS graduate, but you are going to be a Vaidya, one who can inspire, one who can give knowledge. And I seek Dhanvantri's blessings on each one of you to be able to do that. In fact, we have just had the Dhanvantri Homa. When you come for lunch in the university, please go through the Homa Kunda and take the blessings. We have just had that. And I'm so happy. I feel so lucky that you are so blessed to have such people that you can see at the very beginning of your career that you can be inspired. May their blessings work on you, be with you as you go through this. And of course, the great speakers that we have today, each one of you will unravel a subject for you, will teach you. So go back, take some aphorisms, start working on them. With these words and a word of gratitude to each one of them for having been here, I shall end my words. Jayatu Samskritam, Jayatu Bharatam. Namaste.
स्वज्ञानवचोभिः अस्मभ्यं ज्ञानं वर्धितवती सरस्वत्यै डॉक्टर अहल्या महाभागायै धन्यवादान् समर्पयामि. अभिवादनशीलस्य नित्यं वृद्धोपसेविनः चत्वारि तस्य वर्धन्ते आयुर्विद्या यशोबलम्. One who respects others and seeks blessings gains longevity, wisdom, fame and strength. Hence, to give vote of thanks, Dhanyavada Samarpanam, I would like to invite Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Shanai Mahabhagam to the dais.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸುವರ್ಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಶುಭ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪರಿಷತ್ನ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರ್ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗ್ಯ. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇವು ಮೂರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದ ಅವಿಭಾಜ್ಯ ಅಂಗ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ್ಯದ ವಿಷಯ ಇದು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತೋತ್ಸವ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಹಲ್ಯ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಇದನ್ನು ಅದ್ದೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು 7-8 ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನವ್ರನ್ನ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನವ್ರನ್ನ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ, ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗರು ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ವಾರ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಟ್ಸ್, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ದೇ ಕೇಮ್ after the NEET exam and they enrolled for Ayurveda. Just this may be 7th or 8th day of them. So I think Dr. B.K. Das sir has given them a memorable talk today, sir. It is a great honor for all of us because in spite of his busy schedule, he has given us some Moola mantras, how you can integrate the ancient wisdom with the modern technology, because he is from the modern technology side and Sanskrit is from ancient wisdom. It is an amalgamation of ancient wisdom with the modern technology. It is a rare thing it is happening, and I think the students are very fortunate to hear your words. It is a great thing because I think you are the best, it is a best memorable day for all of you because you are in front of such a iconic figure, because you may not get a snap with the B.K. Das because it is a rare thing and it is because of Ahalya madam. So we will give him a standing ovation because in spite of his busy schedule, he came here and he gave us a memorable talk to us, and we should give him a standing ovation because his memorable talk is the direction for you for the future. Sir, it's a great thing for you, for us. Sir, thank you, sir. So I request Ahalya madam to felicitate B.K. Das sir with the garland, hara, and the citation. It is the Mysore painting, sir. It is Mysore painting. It's a rare paintings we are having, and it is called inscription paintings. So we are handing the inscription painting to you, sir. This should be there in DRDO office, sir, your office. ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರು ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಮತ್ತು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಮಾಲ್ಗಮೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ 20 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು Nobel ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. If they come to you, sir, and get a project with you, and if the project gets a Nobel Prize, I think the time you spend today is a well worth. So all of you should try for that. ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರೆದ ಉದ್ದೇಶ, ಅವರು 7 ದಿವಸಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ SDM ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ಸಿನ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದರು. ಅವರನ್ನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಆಸೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪರಿಷತ್ತು ಸುವರ್ಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ 9ನೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆಯ ಶುಭ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಇಂಥ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಾವು ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭಾಳ ಆಸೆ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಎನ್ಸೈಕ್ಲೋಪೀಡಿಯಾ ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ರಾವ್. ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು SDM ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಹಾಸನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರು ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ರಾವ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಉತ್ತಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹರಸಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಉಡುಪಿಯವರವರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನೇ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಶೈಲಜಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು SDMನ ಹೊಸ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರಾಗಿ 7 ದಿವಸಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಆಸೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಆಸೆಯನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಲೇ ಅಂದರೆ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರವು ಅಂತ, ಸೊ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ ಇಬ್ಬರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸೋದು ನಮಗೊಂದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಸಂತಸ ಸುದ್ದಿ. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಹಾಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಶುಭ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರು ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತೋತ್ಸವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವರು ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ. ಆಗಲೇ ಮೇಡಮಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ವಾರದ ಮೊದಲು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರು ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾನೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಅದ್ಧೂರಿಯಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಲಹೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಕೊಟ್ಟವರು ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಅಹಲ್ಯ ಶರ್ಮಾ ಮೇಡಮು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ. ಇವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ಅವರಿಗೆ BK Das sir, because we wanted you to honor our Vice Chancellor, because she has supported us, she has guided us, and she is the woman behind the whole concept of this program. Thank you, Akka, for giving us the opportunity. ಬೂಸ್ತೂರ್ ಮಠ ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮಾರು 30 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಆಡಳಿತಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಅಥವಾ ಆಡಳಿತದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು 30 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಬೂಸ್ತೂರ್ ಮಠ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. 30 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮ ಆಡಳಿತ, ಹಾಗೆ ಆಯುಷ್ನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇರಲಿ ಬೂಸ್ತೂರ್ ಮಠ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಆಯುಷ್ನ ಕೇವಲ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀಮಿತ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಯುಷ್ಯದ ಏನೇ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಜಯಶಾಲಿಯಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಕೃಷ್ಣನೇ, ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನೇ. ಆದರೆ ಹೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಅಪಯಶಸ್ಸು ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಶಸ್ಸು. ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ನರಸಿಂಹರಾವ್ ಅವರು ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಆಡಳಿತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಛಾಪನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸಿದವರು, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಆಯುಕ್ತರಾಗಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ರಿಕ್ರೂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ರಾಮಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಸರ್. ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಮುತ್ಸದ್ದಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಷ್ಣಾತ ಪರಿಣಿತ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ರಾಮಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಬೇರೆ, ನೀವು ಆಡಳಿತ. ನಾವು ಹಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ MSc ಯೋಗ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಮೈಸೂರಿನವರು, HD ಕೋಟೆಯವರು, ಅದರಿಂದ ಮೈಸೂರು ಪ್ಯಾಲೇಸನ್ನೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದಲೇ ತಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದರು ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್ ಪಿ ಹಿರೇಮಠ ಅವರು. ಅವರು SO ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದಾಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್ ಹಿರೇಮಠ ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಭಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೂಸ್ತೂರು ಮಠ ಅವರು, ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ನರಸಿಂಹರಾವ್ ಅವರು ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸಬೇಕು, ಹಲೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂಥ ಆನಂದ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿಯವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸೌರಭ್ ಕುಕ್ನೂರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಶ್ರೀಹರ್ಷ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಬೋಧಕ ವರ್ಗದವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನವರು. ಅದೇ ಥರ ನೀವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. 8 ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳ ಸುಮಾರು 314 ಜನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಫಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇದರ ನಂತರ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಊಟ ಎದುರು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಸರ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀಹರ್ಷ ಸರ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತವೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 2 o'clock ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಫ್ ಡೇದ್ದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಊಟ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಸರ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀಹರ್ಷ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ನಂತರ ಈ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡೀನ್ಗಳು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ಹಾಗೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೀಚರ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮುಗಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಮುಗೀತದೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಜೈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ, ಜೈ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ.
ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣಕರ್ತರು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣಕರ್ತರು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳೊಬ್ಬರಾದರೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ್ ಶನಯ್ಯ ಅವರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವಂದನಾರ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯವು ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಭೋಜನದ ನಂತರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸತ್ರದ ಆರಂಭವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಭೋಜನದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯೋ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಂತಿಮ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯೋ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಸೇರಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡೋಣ. ಸರ್ವೇ ಭವಂತಿ ಸುಖಿನಃ, ಸರ್ವೇ ಸಂತು ನಿರಾಮಯಾಃ, ಸರ್ವೇ ಭದ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಶ್ಯಂತು, ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖ ಭಾಗ್ ಭವೇತ್. ಓಂ ಶಾಂತಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಶಾಂತಿ.